Good morning, everybody. We are finally on the air. Apologies, folks. We've had a bit of a challenging morning here at Whilton Mill, but we hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us here on day 2 of Comms Box Live for BUKC Qualifiers. And those of you who were with us yesterday will probably straight away notice, oh, they've moved. They've moved to a new bit of Whilton Mill.
We had to have words with the Alpha crew. We just needed more space
and more screens.
I thought it's the right time for us to make the move, and you know, if you can all support us in that time. No, we had no power. We had a lack of the electrons in the building where we usually do all the media stuff from, which means the entire comms and Alpha operation has just had to move across, which means Luke Austin's going to be in the background through the stream.
So Darren Hassan, if you're watching, you can watch Luke today in a role reversal from last weekend, right? So, if
we get to the point where we're doing a highlights reel of Alpha crew sat behind us in like the middle of the off season, you know that we've hit the bottom of the content.
Yes. I've run out of things. Right. I'm going to put you on the spot. What have we missed? Because in the midst of all the chaos, we've not commentated on the first 2 groups of qualifiers.
No, we'd have been highly unpopular if we just stood here talking whilst the Alpha crew slanting around. So we have missed 3 qualifying sessions, 3 practice qualifying sessions. For those of you who maybe are joining us to follow today, we were with us yesterday. We are currently in the midst of qualifying for the qualifiers weekend, which predominantly focuses around the races that we're doing. When we most qualifying. A lot of series feature qualification via races, qualifying races. But in order to do those qualifier races, we need to do some qualifying. How things work when you get into the mains championship of the BUKC. But because the idea behind the day like today and yesterday is that we're going to have the widest distribution of skills and experience at any point of the year. And so if we just randomly allocated grids, it might not be very fair if for someone's very first BUKC race ever, they're starting on pole through random allocation with, I don't know, someone who races in the British Car Championship starting alongside, or a Formula 3 driver, as is the case. Or I'm wondering how many former series we can drop in here. A former Le Mans winner has competed in one BUKC event a few years ago, I seem to recall. So that wouldn't be very fair. So for this event, we run standard timed qualifying sessions so that the grids are determined. People keep waving at us in this new position. I kind of like this comms position today because we're on show.
You're not having it again.
We've been told we're not having it again. We're on show and people are waving to us. It's nice. Much as I do like our little comms box at Whilton Mill. But anyway, we're now in those timed qualifying sessions to set the grids for our qualifier races later today. And we've had qualifying 1, 2 and 3. Now, when I said
hello, welcome to my BUKC blog.
There are practice qualifying sessions. As the producers in my ears, there are practice qualifying sessions.
That may be heard on our stream.
Was it?
Hello.
Okay.
I'm going to walk to the window.
Yeah, it's on the stream. It's Adam just talking on the roaming mic.
I don't know what you as an audience just heard, but in my head
Test,
there's a right
test. Is it working?
going on.
Sorry about my balding head.
We're going through a series of 20-minute
microphone.
sessions, of which the first 10 minutes are practice and the second 10 minutes are qualifying.
The world can hear you. No swear.
I'm going to do a Roman range test to this side of the grid.
We've had 3 of them. We're going into the 4th one just now.
I should have
It
set
all makes
communications
sense as
before I
we're
came out
going
here.
through. Let's do it that way.
It's a one-way communication system right now.
It is a one-way communication, Adam. We can't tell you that you're on the DDMM stream as well.
We're rather at the mercy of Adam right now. as to
Lee,
keeping
can
it-
you let me know if the music's still playing? It should now be off, but we don't have monitoring of this. Also, can you hear Adam Chapman? It's a good start, this, isn't it?
Can they hear me too?
Yeah, they probably can. How did I do this yesterday? Never mind. We'll soldier on.
So,
Test the microphone up this
There
side.
are-
Test.
there are 7
1,
races.
2, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is the back of the grid.
There
Welcome
is-
to the back of the grid. I've never seen this part of the grid because I'm so good. I always qualify on pole.
This is great content. And he doesn't know. And he doesn't even know. Sorry, Howard, you're doing a great job to... JV's not happy as well.
JV's a not happy boy.
Howard, you're doing the damn
So if they're gonna stop
finest
him here
job
every
you
time,
can to explain
we
what
should
on
be
earth
happy,
is
I
going on
believe.
today. A BUKC
As long as this is still working,
transpiring
because
against
this-
you.
In a good spot. Load of space. Dun, 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 dun.
Okay.
Compose yourself.
You'll be reassured to know that the camera works very well.
It's
for the
working a
Alpha
lot
crew.
better
The
than it
roaming
was
camera
yesterday.
works a lot better than yesterday because the range is, to be fair, the range is going to be a lot better in this room, isn't it? Qualifying session corresponds to each race. There are 7 races. There are 7 qualifying sessions. Qualifying session number 1 will set the grid for race 1 and so on and so forth. The drivers are fixed. So in previous years when we've spoken about, well actually no, the driver has always been fixed between qualifying and the race for the first race. In previous qualifiers where each driver has done 2 races, you did in previous years have the strategy of you could change your driver for the corresponding race for the second set of races. Completely out the window. If you're thinking back to those days, forget about that. There's only 1 race per driver. So that's the practice qualifying that we're going through. The other thing that I haven't explained so far is that change in format. So you may be used to, say, 10 races where each team takes part in 2 races. Sorry, each driver takes part in 2 races. There are just 7 sprint duros today, 7 30-minute races. And if you're completely new to the BUKC, any university can theoretically submit a number of teams where a team has to consist of 4 drivers. Those teams will be denoted by the letter at the end of the name. So, for example, if you have Birmingham A, who happen to be the first car on my timer screen right now, there is a Birmingham B team, a Birmingham C, and so on. They are all from the University of Birmingham. And nominally, conventionally, the A team will be the most experienced and quickest drivers. We do see some teams playing things strategically, but that's by and large the situation there. So if you see, say, a C team beating a B team, then in theory, by convention, they've maybe, some drivers had a really good day on that C team, or the B team's had a bad day, or maybe they all just did their testing around a different circuit to determine the teams, and the team captain put them in the teams they were. It was their first attempt at doing so of the season, and it turns out that some of the C team drivers are actually a bit more quick round Whilton Mill than anticipated. So each team has 4 drivers. Each team will take part in 4 out of the 7 races, with each of those 4 drivers doing 1 race each. There are no driver changes today. That's not a part of this format. And the teams are randomly allocated across those 7 races. So they'll do races 1, 2, 6, and 7, or maybe they'll do races 2, 3, 4, and 5. It really is quite a random allocation today. And that is in no way linked to the university. So going back to Birmingham, Birmingham A and Birmingham B and Birmingham C, there is complete random allocation across the races. It's not like A, B, and C will all be in the same races. So there'll probably be Birmingham representation in every single race if you're here to support Birmingham, or if you're here to support or Exeter. There'll probably be some representation from those universities in every single race across their different teams. So stay tuned, basically. But that's the broad brush of how things are working. If you take nothing else away from what I'm saying, 7 races, each team has 4 drivers. There can be multiple teams from each university. Each driver does 1 race, which means that each team takes part in 4 randomly allocated races out of the 7 and sits out for 3 of them. And right now we're setting the grids for those by way of practice qualifying sessions. So there's no racing going on at the moment, which is why we are only on this comms box cam. At around about 12:30, when we are getting ready to go racing, that is when we will be joined. We'll keep this stream going, but there will also be the Alpha Live stream going live that they're setting up for behind us. And therefore, if you have 2 devices, our recommendation would be get on that Alpha Live stream to see the pictures and all that, and have our commentary over the top of it. But on a separate device or monitor, we highly recommend stick with us here, because you get to see what's going on in the comms box, which may not be a massive highlight because you have to look at our ugly mugs. But we've got the live timing over here, right? You've got all of that. We've got the driver tracker map down here, and then next to it, just in that bottom left-hand corner, is basically the naughty column. That's where any penalties will come up. And then the really, what we hope will be the really valuable thing for you watching along from wherever you're watching us, is down here. down this whole strip down the bottom of your screen here, because that's where we're going to be keeping track of who is projected to qualify into the mains championship and who is falling short of that goal. BUKC split into two major tiers: the mains championship and the intermediates championship. If it's been a few years since you watched the BUKC, that thing I just called the intermediates championship used to be known as the rookie championship, now called the Inters. So Inters and mains, those are your two tiers. The mains is the top flight of the UKC, and the intermediates is the second tier. It is, to put it very simplistically, the Formula 2 to the Formula of the mains championship. It's how we got started in the BUKC. It's how many drivers get started in the BUKC. And I was talking about how universities can have multiple teams. It's often a very fundamental part of how universities, particularly the more established teams, the larger squads, how they build up their talent. You know, you'll maybe spend a season in that intermediates championship on maybe the C team for your university, and then you'll move up into the A or the B team and maybe compete in the mains. But all of that is predicated on the assumption that you have an A and B team in the mains, and that's what we're deciding today for half of the teams. We did half the teams yesterday, we're doing the other half today. 126 teams, the largest ever entry that the BUKC has ever had this season. So 63 teams on each day. The top 27 teams from each day will qualify into that mains championship, and the remaining teams will be invited back for the intermediates championship. So today is really important because it defines your season. You know, the pressure is on today. We always talk at the end of a season how the pressure is on. And it is, particularly if you're fighting for a position in the championship. And if you're fighting for the win of one of the championships, then obviously the finals weekend is a massively pressurised weekend or event. But this is I like to think of it as the highest pressure weekend per capita. You know, per person, this is the most stressful event. Why? Because every single team here will have an idea of where they want to be come the end of the day. They will see themselves as a mains championship team, or they will see themselves as maybe being not quite getting into the mains, but they want to be towards the front of those who don't make it because they want to be setting themselves up for a strong campaign in the intermediate championship. There are subclasses within the mains championship as well, the Prems and the Clubmans. The teams, well, I won't go fully into that right now, but the teams will have an idea of which one of those they think they should be in as well. But the truth is they don't know because it's a brand new season, and particularly with the disruption of the last 20 months, last season was a little bit odd. We didn't have as many international students, for example, competing because they just couldn't. We had certain universities that, you know, weren't able to compete due to restrictions and policies of student unions or sports departments, you know, all sorts of things that happened over the craziness that has been 2020 and 2021. So it's a bit of an unknown this year. So that's why the pressure is on. All these teams will come in, every single driver will go, I know what we're aiming for with the team I'm on. Are we going to make it? We just don't know. You could go out there and find that you're much higher up the pecking order than you thought. You could be much lower. It's like that first Grand Prix of an F1 season, if you like, but with, if anything, a few more unknowns. If I could wager that, because it's been so long since we've done a qualifier like this. So a lot of unknowns and a lot of pressure, particularly because the drivers this format this year where each driver only has one race, that's new for the qualifiers. Most of the time we've done a format where the driver gets 2 bites of the cherry. So that puts the pressure on even more. So it's a big, big day for these teams because it defines their season, you know. And it's not like if you don't make the cut for the mains, okay, you can have a lot of fun competing in the intermediates, but it'll be a sea change for that team if they were expecting to get to the mains. And as we were talking about yesterday, it also has a huge impact on logistically how your squad works. You know, how, you know, when are you going to get your when are you going to get your team down to the track? As some of the Birmingham lot are
riff-raff from Birmingham
coming up to the window and maybe trying
pointing at us like we're some kind of animals in a zoo.
We do look like animals in a zoo today, behind this window. I would say they're trying to put me off what I was saying. But to be fair, I'd been rabbiting on for quite a
They
while.
succeeded.
They succeeded. What was I talking? It can be a complete logistical challenge, completely different logistical challenge for you if you've got teams. Maybe you have two teams at university, at your university, an A and a B team, and your hope was to get both of them into the mains. If one of them fails and ends up in the intermediate, what does that do for your transport throughout the season? What does that do for your hotels throughout the season? How does that impact on the cost of competing? How does that impact on the budget that you agreed with your student union? And all those sorts of things. It really does have an impact on that. And, Andrew and I both have experience of running university motorsport organisations where we know how these things can be impacted by a day like today. So it's really important, and it's really high pressure on these drivers. And as I said right at the top of this, what has, apologies folks, become perhaps a bit of a lecture, it's the widest spread of experience and skill that we have seen, that we see at any point throughout the calendar. At the end of that rather lengthy monologue from myself, we are coming to the end of qualification number 4, which has made me realise that we need to get our timing screen back up.
Well, the free practice section, sorry, I mean, you've got my mouthful.
Oh, sorry, it is the end of the free practice session. Okay, I only went for 10 minutes, not 20. You know how yesterday we had 1 billion mouses, or I never know what the correct thing for the plural of computer mouse is. Is it? I thought there was a popular thing that for computer mice it was. Anyway, which one controls that?
Neither,
it's over
neither
there.
that or that.
Okay.
Hello to folks tuning in. Hope you're doing well. Hello to Thomas. Says hello. Callum Brule's back again. So Jacob, give us a wave. Jacob's in his artistic mode at the moment, so we won't bother him there. He's creating signage to tell students to not enter or enter. What's going on with the music? There's a trouble with StreamYard sometimes on this setup. I don't necessarily have live monitoring. The question: when does the full stream start? It starts at 12:45. The link for the Alpha live stream is in our description. Do please go check it out when the time arrives. In fact, I'll tell you what you want to go and do. You want to go over to Alpha Live now. It's like that episode of Doctor Who when the pencil sketchings came alive. Go to Alpha Live now. Make sure you click the subscribe button. Make sure you click the notification bell. And there'll probably be a button that does something along the lines of setting for that live stream a notification to say, we're live. We're live now, obviously, for the foreseeable. Let's talk a little bit about yesterday, because, ding, the score up here.
Yes.
145. That is how many points that you needed to be in the top 27. That's the aim of the game. Today, once again, another 27 teams will qualify through to the Mains Championship for 2022. Yep, 2022. That is a thing, excuse me. Eat my breakfast too quick. It was quite a dramatic one, wasn't it, mate? It always creeps up on us in a way, qualifiers. And there was a proper one yesterday where we had the spreadsheet of doom, which is over there, by the way, doing its ting.
But also being powered over here.
Why?
Which is across this desk.
A spreadsheet of dooming. We thought, this is going to be a fairly relaxed, fairly uneventful finish to a qualifier with nobody really moving up and down. And then, bam! Bournemouth decided to make things quite exciting right at the end and get a casual black flag and nearly demote themselves completely out of the running.
It was an interesting one, wasn't it? I think there was drama in that with Bournemouth. There was drama in the penultimate race of the day. I think we had the same drama that we usually get. It was just a bit more distributed. I was trying to think last night exactly about that, sort of the maths of how it works with the format and the random allocation system. So we had some dramas in that penultimate race, didn't we? With it was Backstage Academy who were having to race on up the order as well. And yes, then indeed Bournemouth gave us a bit of a
bit of a scare.
They kept it pretty tight in that last race. Now I'm trying to. Was it that they fell down the?
They got the black flag.
Yes.
It bore you again. the kind of thing that you have to do if you're a driver, no matter where you are on the grid for one of these qualifiers. Apologies for that. You want to move forward from your grid position results for the timed qualifying that's going on out there now. By the way, Exeter A currently on provisional pole position. Lap times are definitely slower than yesterday, just to note that.
Temperature is colder.
Temperature is a lot colder.
At this time of day.
So, projected score will work on the basis of Exeter A have got a pole, a second, a fifth, and a 14th. And we'll say, right, well, let's assume that they'll finish in those positions. The 14th will get dropped, and their score will be the first, the second, and the fifth. More than good enough to get into mains. That is not always the case for all the teams, though. Not everybody can be on pole position. So when you're, say, starting around 20th on the grid, you're like, that's not the best of qualifying. As long as you can move forward, you're gaining points, you're improving your day, you're taking pressure off your other teammates, unless, of course, you are the last driver in the last race of the day and you've got a bit of something to do. So Bournemouth's situation was curious yesterday because in the initial part of the last race, they were doing just that. They were moving forward. They were getting themselves more and more comfortable. And the teams that were outside the top 27, there was nothing they could do until, bam, black flag, relegates them down. At that point, they've then moved backwards from where they'd started the race. And they had to fight their way back up. They were a bit lucky, if I'm being honest, because they had a couple of ineligible drivers in there and some post-race penalties as well that got them back to 12th, and they qualified by 1 point. That's how close it is in these qualifiers, but particularly today, with it only being 3 counting scores, so 4 races in total for each team, only 3 counting. It does not leave much margin for error. As we saw yesterday with Oxford, Oxford were the surprise shock, as it were. Like when a Premier League team goes out in the 3rd round of the FA Cup, there's always going to be one of them. You just don't know which one it's going to be. And sadly, yesterday, it was Oxford who didn't make it in the top 27, and they were in trouble early on from the very first race, first lap of the first race. When they finished a bit low down the order. Right, what else is going on in this qualifying session? This is the 4th group out there, so this is setting the grid for race number 4. And there's 3 minutes of it to go. Nottingham Trent A. Intro's playing. I know what we need to do here for this. Completed that one. There'll be a point where I need to fiddle with wires and I'll need to talk.
Yep. No,
yes. 2 minutes and 35 to go. So yeah, Nottingham Trent A currently on pole position. First team into the 44s today. Exeter A a 10th and a half back. Nottingham Trent B, Coventry A, Exeter B, Birmingham A, Leeds B, Coventry D, Imperial A, Bath A. But I don't need to say that because it's over there. There it is. Good to have Coventry back, though. It's not a title defence because they weren't able to defend the title last year, but this is the first time that they've been around since they won the BUKC in the 2019-2020 season. They were not allowed to compete last year by their university for reasons that were out of their control, and we won't dwell. That's a good word. I like a dwell. We won't dwell on. But yes, it's good to have them back. And they should be pretty strong. They will also have a bit of a unique insight into today because they are the only team, or the only university, Howard, to have teams competing on both days. Now, we didn't see the Coventry E team qualify through to the top 27, but I just wonder, will there be some note passing between the Coventry E and the other Coventry teams to say, this is what you need to look out for in terms of how the day works and the pitfalls of this new format?
I'm sure there'll have been some communication on that front. Yeah, it's an interesting one, this, because the format isn't too dissimilar to what teams do. It's basically a sprint round that consists of, it's basically an intermediate championship round that happens to consist of 7 races. That's the quickest way I practice qualifying sessions with then going into these sprint races. I think the 30-minute race format was slightly catching drivers out yesterday. It's not that they've, it's not that they're incapable physically of doing a 30-minute drive, but it's just that slightly longer format. They'll be used to 25-minute sprint races is the most common. I mean, let's be straight with let's be honest here. By the standards of a lot of karting in the UK, a sprint race that lasts half an hour is a pretty long sprint race. That's quite a long format. That's sometimes what you'll hear us call it a sprint duro. It's a portmanteau of sprint and endurance, or an enduro. To call it a sprint duro, just to indicate that it's quite lengthy for a sprint race. And half an hour is the longest sprint format that the BUKC has ever used. They usually use either 25 minutes or 20 minutes. So, or of course when we go to like Drivers' Championship at the end of the year, where it's like 10 minutes.
Can I quickly switch you over?
I'm being requested to quickly be switched.
That's all right. I'll keep talking for a few moments, folks, whilst I turn him off and unplug him out of that one and unplug him out of that one and switch him across to this board. And this, I'm just going to fill some time to pop that in there, turn him back up there, and you can now hear yourself.
I can hear myself.
Oh, he's so deep and bassy this morning.
Hello.
Particularly on our desk, the old little desk.
Yeah, it's quite loud. So they'll be familiar with the format, but yesterday, just a few drivers when they were getting interviewed, I particularly caught my eye. It was an interview. Caught my ear. Was what Carl Morby was saying. So there's so much longer to go, and it makes it sound like he's sort of getting a bit bored out there. But it's just that they're not. It's the psychology of the races, and it's an important thing to bear in mind. Even though it's called a sprint race, you've got time to progress on up the field. Though it's what you're unlikely to see today so much is the. Andrew was talking about the importance of moving forward from your grid spot. Obviously, because these aren't randomly allocated grids, because these are grids determined by your pace, you're not as likely to see those ridiculous, position deltas that we get at the end of BUKC main sprint races, where some very prolific team from the back has just gone up 27 places to win it overall. That's very unlikely to happen today, because someone that quick is going to be at the front of the grid off the back of qualifying and setting the grid that way. So moving forwards is a very genuinely impressive thing to do on a day like today, because you're starting the race in amongst all the people who were on your pace in the qualifying sessions that are happening now. Unless you got excluded from your qualifying session, or you got your lap time deleted for track limits. We've seen a lot of those that happening across the weekend so far. Qualifying 4 did just finish. Nottingham Trent, a very local team to us here at Whilton Mill, getting pole position in that one, a 44.856, taking them to that. So the lap times are starting to come down. Was colder this morning compared to yesterday. It's a beautiful November day. Sun now streaming down on the circuit. Blue skies with just a few. The clouds in the sky are the nice fluffy cumulus ones, not the foreboding grey stormy ones. It's a really nice day for karting, but it's taken some time for things to get up to temperature, I think, at the circuit this morning. Both man and machine has taken some time to get up to temperature here today. So those lap times are beginning to fall as we swap round now for practice qualifying number 5.
Just going through some of the results. We've had our first bit of drama this morning. Cambridge A team that I would expect to be towards the front of the field today, excluded from qualifying Group 2. And we mentioned Oxford yesterday. They're varsity rivals, and how you don't want to have a bad start, and you don't want to give yourself too much work to do with, essentially, you do not want to use up your dropped score in the very first race, which is what Oxford did yesterday. because if you have any further dramas from that point on in any of the other 3 races, that will then mean a bad race is counting towards your score, and you are likely to be in trouble.
Yeah.
Now, it's qualifying, so they will be able to fight back, but they've got to start race 2 from 36th on the grid.
Yeah, the back, to be clear. There's 36 karts in each race. And, yeah, we haven't even mentioned the drop score situation yet. So we've covered the format. Each team has 4 drivers. Each driver takes part in 1 race, which means each team ends up taking part in 4 races out of the 7. They sit out the other 3. Of those 4 races that they do, only the best 3 results are used to calculate their score at the end of the day. Why? Well, it's a championships to account for if there is anything that happens that's beyond the driver's control. Maybe they have a kart mechanical issue. It's unusual in these Club 100 karts, I must stress, but it can happen. And if it's something that's beyond the driver's control, then that's what the drop score can serve as a buffer for. Maybe they get collided into by somebody who just decided to use them as a braking zone. The standard of driving in the BUKC we would like to submit is higher than that. But again, that could be their drop score. It's to give you that buffer, and it is rather strictly not used, that drop score. So just to be clear, what do I mean by that? If 2 teams were tied on points at the end of the day, you would look for who had the highest number of first places. If they were tied on that, you'd look at the highest number of second places. If they were tied on that, if they were tied on everything and they'd got to exactly the same score via means of getting exactly the same positions, that drop score still does not get used. It never gets used in the case of a tie break. Okay, so it's kind of a bit of a, it's quite an intensely followed concept that score is dropped. It's forgotten about. It doesn't feature. So of the 4 races today, you can afford, in inverted commas, one of your scores to be dropped. But the trouble is that you don't want to be the driver or the race that counts as the drop score. And you certainly don't want that to be race number 1, because it puts the pressure on all the subsequent races that your team does. Ideally, you want the drop score to be like that one where you were in, if you're a team who usually finishes in the top 10, you'd like all your race results to be in the top 10, but maybe that one where you finished 9th will be the drop score. That's the ideal, where it's like still a decent haul of points, but your drop score, all your races have gone well. So you don't want that first or second race to put pressure on your subsequent drivers out there. Or if your team has a bit of a span of talent, maybe you've got one driver who's particularly quick here at Whilton Mill, or particularly experienced, and maybe they qualify 5th on the grid, and maybe the rest of the team are qualifying in the sort of mid-teens. If you're that driver who's the prominent driver of your team, you want to be getting that result. You want to be converting that, because otherwise, if you spin out and you're right down the order, then the pressure's really on, because your drivers, I don't want to say your weak driver, your drivers who are perhaps weaker relative to the fastest driver on the team now have the pressure put on them to perform. So it really is something you don't want to be leaning on. If in an ideal world, you do not want to have to rely on your drop score. You do not. You want all of your scores to be roughly, competitive scores, so that even when you get to your last race, if your last race is then an absolute horrendous race, at least we've got 3 good scores banked. If you start having the race that you hope becomes your drop score because it's bad early on, it puts pressure on further down the line. Have I made that clear? Possibly not, but that's another thing to bear in mind here. If you have one bad race today, the pressure is on. That's the bottom line. And we're going to be taking account of all this. So let's talk a little bit more as they're going out now for practice number 5 of the 7 that we're going to run. Let's talk a little bit about the ticker down here. It's going to roll and cycle through the teams. And you can see there's a status column that's going to say, at the moment it says yet to qualify. They all say that at the moment. Because none of them have qualified yet. We haven't even begun the racing. And there's a projected position. How do you know the projected position? You might be saying. Well, basically, we're feeding the results of these qualifying sessions now into our spreadsheet of doom, as we call it. And based off of that, we then basically make an assumption that the most boring set of races is about to happen. You know, a proper sort of, you know, there have been a few F1 races over the years that have famously not had any overtakes. We assume that there's what would happen if there were absolutely no overtakes at all. Where would everybody end up? So that's how we make the projection off the back of qualifying. So if you qualify first for every single race that you take part in, we're going to project that you're going to finish the end of the day at the very top. If you've qualified at the very back of the grid, we're going to go into the races projecting that it's going to be a really tough time for you to qualify into the mains championship. And then as the racing begins and confirmed race results come through, we feed that in, and as the day goes on, our projections based off of qualifying become more and more realistic and accurate a projection as we feed more and more confirmed race results in. So by the time we get to races 5, 6 and 7, this ticker down here will be cycling through the teams, and if you're here to support a particular set of teams, you'll be able to see the status. Has that team actually already qualified? You know, have their first 3 races gone so well that their 4th race can actually, you know, they could park it up in the pit lane and they'd still be qualified? Or is the pressure really on? Are they right on the bubble? Have they not qualified yet? And unfortunately, there will be some teams who, by the time they get to their final 4th race of the day, will already be able to say that they're not going to make it into the mains. For some teams here, that might not matter too much. Maybe they didn't have intentions, they didn't have designs on getting into get themselves set up for a really strong intermediate championship campaign. But that's the idea behind the ticker down here, and that's the real thing that we would say. Stick with us. If you have got that second monitor when the Alpha live stream goes live, stick with us here on our DDMM stream, and we'll be able to give you that information and keep you up to date. As I say, we'll cycle through the teams down at the bottom, give you their status and how they are relative to qualification. Practice 5 running at the moment. Nottingham Trent A, the fastest out there, but bear in mind these times are not getting logged for qualifying yet. The green flag for qualifying will drop in about 6 minutes' time, if I'm not very much mistaken. So that will be happening there. Good to have you with. Morning. I don't know if have we said morning to Greg? Morning, Greg. I didn't see when that comment came in, but thank you very much for joining us. Do hope you're well this morning. Do excuse me, folks, whilst I just sit myself down as well, because I'm going to try and bring up the teams list that the legend that is Jacob Harris sent to me earlier on, which I just realised is a bit awkward really, because I've just called him a legend and he's literally just sat over there getting ready for the broadcast later on. But hey ho. So that's the... We've covered a lot, haven't we? We've covered the format, we've covered the drop scores. And yeah, practice 5 going around just now. Hello, sir.
Hello.
You okay?
It's brisk out there.
It is cold, isn't it?
Yeah. It's all right. I've got my tea now. I'd left it in the car. It's still slightly warm. Am I having a sleep? Not yet, Lee. Not yet. It's okay. I think it was almost a happy accident this morning. The power failure happening and having to move all the kit in here.
Yes,
I think
it was almost a happy accident indeed.
It's like this Ford Focus has driven through the air. No, it's I will admit, yeah, we would have been a late start anyway because
don't know what he's talking about. That was
yeah.
it. Although again, half the kit
a
was in
PC
his
wasn't
car.
here. All the kit wasn't here. No, it was an interesting experience last night on the race for mental health. I mean, fantastic cause. Let me just check what figure the guys are up to, and what we will do as well is stick the link for Jimmy Broadbent's just giving into our chat, because it's quite an important thing to us here.
Yes.
Our
Yeah,
good friend
absolutely.
David Whitehouse was talking last night about his experiences with Mind and calling upon their the support that they provide. It's a really, really important thing to talk about and be aware of and raise awareness for and money for, because they do a fantastic job. £38,762
That's brilliant.
is what's been raised so far for the Race for Mental Health. So there we go. There is the link. Please give what you can. And yeah, it'd be great if we could get that. Yeah, if we could get that above 40k, that'd be fantastic. So thank you very much to those. I know some of you have already donated, so thank you very much, guys, for supporting there. To talk the racing, though, we've done a few specials this year, haven't we, mate, in the iRacing world? How many minutes have we got on this one? Oh, we're still in free practice. Yeah, we could talk about iRacing for a bit. This bit don't count, by the way. All of these times over there, they'll all get deleted in a minute. Being in a Ford Mustang roly-poly thing that's 30 seconds a lap slower than the LMP2 cars, and there's a lot of LMP2 cars in that race, was
Interesting.
way harder than either of the specials that we've done this year, whether it be how many have we done? We've done Bathurst, Sebring and Petit Le Mans.
It's an odd one, isn't it?
Way
Because
harder.
It's an odd one because when you get to multi-class stuff like that, it's really difficult if there are classes that you're quite equal on pace with.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like GTLMs versus GTDs that we were finding in Petit Le Mans
Yeah.
this year. But then it's also really... there's a sweet spot in the middle of the pace differential. It's difficult if you're way slower, but it's also difficult if you're really closely matched to another class. So it's quite an interesting... I always find it interesting, the balance between the classes within multi-class racing.
Yeah, it's but no, we did it, and it was good to say. I'd say I wanted to race in that event for a couple of years. So thank you very much to Kirith Calibai, a former BUKC driver, who put up with me pedalling their Mustang round for 3 stints. They did have an engine failure though.
Yeah.
But so that used up a fast repair. But the pace was all right. It's not it's straight up. It's Yorkshire tea. It's not Polish tea. It's Yorkshire tea in there. So we're all good on that front. How many minutes have we got left of this
We have
free
got
practice?
about 25 seconds, I believe, until the green flag should be shown to the drivers here.
I'm gonna have a look actually and see how we're doing. I think Dave's starting his stream
I've
up.
just
to,
realised as well. I've just realised something with our live timing that's a little bit of a problem. So hang on a second, I shall go and resolve it. This bit where we get the penalties is about to go
off the screen.
off the screen.
Okay.
Not that I expect any drivers to be getting penalties today. Oh no, oh no. It's just
Yes. Results at alphatimer.co.uk/BUKC. You can get all the provisional and confirmed results. We should bear in mind that there will be times where the results will be shown but still be provisional today. What was I trying to figure out? No, we haven't got any more results to do for the Spreadsheet of Doom yet. Spreadsheet of Doom, we'll start doing things in a moment. Once we've got the 4th group of qualifying results confirmed in, we'll lock it in and we'll start seeing our first projections of the day. One of the newer things that we had to get our heads around yesterday with the new format was that Race 4 is a strange one, because you've got some teams, and Birmingham A are going to be an example of that today, finishing their day. So they do 4 races consecutively, and that's them done. You have some teams who only just started, because they'll do races 4, 5, 6 and 7 consecutively. So, yes, that is something to bear in mind. And we'll bear in mind as well for when all this stuff down here starts showing stuff. So, reading from left to right, sorry my brain, I have to think about that then. POS is where they are at the moment, so that is just a straight up league table from top to finish. Now, obviously, if you're racing later in the day, initially your position's not going to be very good. It is like a football league table. It's like having games in hand. Yes, you may be 12th in the division, but you've got 3 games in hand, and if you win all 3 of them, you'll be in the playoffs. So do bear that in mind. The interesting one for those looking further forward, though, is the one on the far right, which is proj position. That's projected position. So that is, if POS on the far left is the order of counting, proj position is not alphabetical order, numeric order. That's the one of the projected points, which doesn't care how many races a team has or hasn't done at a particular point, because it's always got data being fed into it to reflect the model. As I say, we have now started qualifying proper for group number 5. Nottingham Trent are back up to the top again. Sheffield A, second. Bit of a big year for Sheffield in terms of student motorsports. Took a overall victory at Formula Student UK earlier in the year. And we've got a good, strong team again here today. And I don't think we've mentioned it so far. I'm not going to ask him because he's setting up the things. Yesterday it was all about the Brooks factor and 6 of the 27 qualifying spots being taken by Brooks karts yesterday. Are you looking for that?
I am.
He is. You've got a length issue. He's got a length issue. My goodness me. No Brooks here today because they've done their bit, but with no offence to those racing on Saturday, I'd say there's more established universities. As I say, your Sheffields, your Southamptons, your Birminghams, your Coventrys, returning Coventry. Obviously, we had Loughborough yesterday as well. That was the other big one in terms of long-standing teams that have been around and continuously been around for the last few years. So, yes, there's no 6 Brooks teams taking out a quarter of the positions, but I think we're going to see quite a few more B teams and maybe C teams expecting across the different universities to get into that top 27 today. So it's going to be just as competitive, but competitive for different reasons. Hello to Sam Sanders. Morning all. Still very much stinging after yesterday. Yes, you had an incident, didn't you, Sam, in the early part of your race. But UEA, we'll see them in the new year and qualified very, very well. Let me turn that.
I might be a bit loud if you turn it that much. There we go. Hello. Yes, I have a length issue.
Well,
It's all right. I was chatting to a really interesting person by email yesterday who said they could help me with it.
what have you been using BUKC Studio for now?
I've been using it to subscribe to the Alpha
that's
Live YouTube channel,
done.
which everybody should do.
Beautifully done. Oh, we've got a qualifying for 4 results in.
You do indeed, and yeah, as you were saying, this is going to be the interesting one, I think, with regards to giving us a bit of an idea of the projections, the all-important projections, of course, for how teams are looking thus far. It looks to me, just looking through the results whilst I was posting them to you in a format that could be put into the spreadsheet of doom, that Nottingham Trent are having a very strong showing early on here. And what's notable to me, mate, is that it seems to be across their A and their B team that I'm seeing that. So really strong start from Nottingham. Nottingham Trent, excuse me.
Oh, he went there.
That wasn't because I got the wrong uni. That's because I just stopped in the middle of a sentence. Although I think we do, of course. I think Nottingham have been doing okay as well, to be fair to them. Always a team that we look to for a fair amount of consistency, consistent form from Nottingham. I have exciting news, actually. I have drivers' names over here now.
We didn't have this yesterday.
We didn't have this
Thank you,
yesterday.
Willie.
So I think I can tell you some driver names
Excellent.
as and when we get to it.
I just need to check one thing because something's gone wrong with Bath, as I call them, being from where I am in the world.
What's gone wrong with it?
Oh, it's me. I
Okay.
seem to have entered them into 5 different qualifying sessions.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Because
that's fine.
my brain. So bear with us.
2.5 minutes, just under, left of this qualifying session, and Nottingham Trent A are leading the way once again at 44.436. Sheffield A, that's a squad that we haven't spoken about much yet, is Sheffield. Very long-standing team within the BUKC. Always been a strong effort from them. Perhaps just dipped slightly last season. Perhaps looking to come back up to the fore. We've got some big names competing today in terms of long-running teams that we look for a very strong showing. Nottingham is one, Nottingham Trent is another, Sheffield, Leeds, Birmingham, Exeter, Southampton, Cambridge, Cardiff. These are some what I would call the bread and butter teams, like is. Some of them going back right to the start of the BUKC back in 2001, and Imperial as well, a very long-standing team as well. So Liverpool are here today. I'm now just naming cities of the UK, but some very established squads here today, and they can't all make it with all the teams that they probably hope to do so.
I broke it.
Sorry?
It's alright, I can fix it. I know why Grid 3 hasn't worked.
Okay.
I've called Sheffield Hallam Chef Hallam, like Sheff United on BBC Score.
Ah.
And, of course, talk amongst yourselves.
Okay. So it's something your end, not the other end, the other end of the desk.
I can,
Okay, cool.
I can fix it.
20 seconds left then. Can anyone overhaul Nottingham Trent A as the checkered flag prepares to be shown? Obviously, if they're on a lap at the time the checkered flag is in flow, they can complete that lap until they obviously themselves take the checkered flag. There are yellow flags out at Christmas Corner for a driver who spun on the apex, and there's yellows out the boot, so it's going to be difficult to improve in these conditions. Not impossible in theory. But you should be backing off a little bit under the yellows, so you'd have to be improving on what was already a fairly weak lap for yourself already if you were improving at this stage. And indeed, Nottingham Trent A takes the checkered flag. Times are noticeably slower because of those yellows at the moment. So there's very few people coming up blue on my timing screen. When I say blue, blue is for a PB, a personal best time, and if they go purple, then that means they're doing a session best time. But nobody really improving on that last lap, apart from Nottingham A, who I think got a bit lucky with when the yellow flags were pulled in because those incidents had cleared. So Nottingham Trent A then take provisional pole for this one, for race number 5. I say provisional, it's for them. So we'll go with Nottingham Trent A on pole, Leeds A alongside Exeter A and Sheffield A, Nottingham A and Cambridge A, Southampton A and Cardiff A, and you can see those units I was just talking about, where you always get a decent A-team effort from those universities. That is a very, that grid could have been a grid from 4 or 5 years ago, the kind of thing. Nottingham Trent have been competing, I want to say, since, correct me if I'm wrong, Nottingham Trent out there, I want to say like 2017, 2018 sort of time for Nottingham Trent. I'm going to go 17.
I'd
You go sooner?
I'd go sooner than
One
that.
sooner, maybe
Yeah.
2016.
Yeah.
Okay. I've got a memory of commentating on their first qualifier, which to me would make it 17. But anyway, of those teams in the top 6, the youngest within the BUKC ranks, but they're very well established, those teams. Going to be a very interesting race, that one. We don't have Oxford Brookes or Loughborough here today. That classic rivalry was played out yesterday, but the significant thing yesterday from that was the number of teams from Oxford Brookes. The first university ever to qualify 6 teams into the mains, and 5 of those 6, I believe, made it into the Premier class within the mains. So that Premier class really is going to be a little bit of an Oxford Brookes class there. There's going to be 26 teams in that Premier class, and 5 of them are going to be Oxford Brookes. So that's going to be really interesting to see how they play that strategically over the course of the season. But the distribution of teams is a little bit more mixed across the universities today. Can see that Birmingham have got at least down to a D team. Birmingham tend to have a fairly healthy showing anyway. Good, well-supported club, that one. So unsurprised to see that. Not the first time we've seen that many teams from Birmingham at the qualifiers, but just generally speaking, you're going to get more university variation across these grids. So, the top 9 positions. Good session, actually, for the University of Central Lancashire, UCLan. UCLan's A and B both make it into the top 10, 9th and 10th. That is a pretty good showing from UCLan.
Based up in Preston, for those
Indeed.
who weren't aware. And they've had a good record of having a good qualifier in years gone by. I remember probably around a similar time, 2017, their first appearance. They then had a year off. But I remember them storming into the mains and taking quite a few people by surprise. We'll keep an eye on them and see if they can do likewise here today.
Absolutely. I'm just intrigued. JV is giving a post-session 5 briefing, additional briefing to the drivers who were just out there. And I know that for some of the sessions already today, there's been a little bit of angst from race control around the sheer amount of track limit violations. There are some points around this Whilton Mill circuit where track limits are particularly scrutinised because there are some places where you can utilise concrete runoffs and really gain some time around here. Most of it's grass. Don't worry, this isn't the Sochi Autodrome we're driving around here, but there are some bits of concrete runoff where drivers can gain time, and they're being quite hot on that here. Obviously, particularly for qualifying sessions. So I wonder if that was a session that maybe still featured quite a bit of track limit violation. I'm just looking, there's certainly a fair few on the timing screen in front of me.
So that was Quali 5 that we've just had there.
It was, mate, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, just a slight pause here whilst the driver's being given some additional instructions from John Viger, the man with the plan. Oh, he's coming away looking pretty happy, powering the BUKC here. Well, I'd say we're actually powered by Rotax, I suppose you'd say, but Club 100 machinery has been used in the BUKC for the vast majority of its history, going back to the early 2000s, and these days it's a very close affiliation between the BUKC and Club 100. The BUKC essentially run through Club 100 in a very close partnership. So John Viger, very much running the show as ever here. And good to see Willie Chew this morning. I think, was he still in the room when we went live? I'm not sure. But Willie Chew then this morning, putting exciting talking to the system for us to have like a little... We're seeing all the sort of... There's always something cool being worked on for alpha timing. I love it. There's always some like thing that they're prototyping in the background. How can we improve this? It is always a system that's being improved. That's one of the things I really like about it.
And one of the things I think is great about the work that they do is that they take feedback.
Oh, yeah.
The number of times we've gone, can we do this?
Yeah.
We've gone, oh yeah. Yeah, give us some weeks and we'll get it sorted. And we come back for the next round and it's like, oh, they did that for us.
They did that for exactly. And you know, just before we were going live this morning, he had it up. We were going, yeah, this looks cool. And he was like, is there anything I could do to make this better? And it's like, just little ideas being had between the alpha crew and Will and us and Will, and it's really good. They are really you know, alpha timing definitely an operation that listens to that feedback and goes to improve it. If you have got a third monitor free, we do recommend heading to live.alphatiming.co.uk and click on British University's Karting Championship. The elements that we're taking down this side of our stream, this bit over here, and down into the bottom left-hand corner there, that is, those are elements of live.alphatiming.co.uk. If you want to see it in full view, head over there to get additional information. There are some additionals. The driver's just going out now getting also some additional briefing from JV. A rebriefing about please keep it within the white lines of the circuit. So yeah, if you've got another monitor free, use it for your alpha timing, your live.alphatiming.co.uk or your results.alphatiming.co.uk, where you can get all the confirmed results, which is what Andrew and I are keeping our BDIs on at the end of each session, so that we can keep our little ticker thing at the bottom here that we're running updated throughout the day and give the most accurate projections and conclusions once they start to be established, once the racing gets underway. And we're about halfway through the racing. As I was saying earlier, you're going to start to see teams being confirmed as yes, they've qualified, or perhaps unfortunately they can no longer make it. As I'm being shown. I'm being nudged by the Alpha crew.
What's that Chapman done now?
It's fine. It's all good. Talk amongst yourselves.
I got him good yesterday. I got him really worried. He's got a nice Alpha, second hand now. It somehow has got like 100,000 miles on it and it's still running. So it's like, I've just seen your car in the car. I was like, yeah, it's a problem with it. It's got something on the back. It's some you know, it's not good. It's like, oh God, what's it? It's like that dirty Leeds United badge on it. What you stuck that on there for? Right, let's stop taking the mick out of football teams that are far better than mine. In a few seconds, folks, I should be able to give you... oh no, where have I put it? Where have I put... I'm macroing, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm still getting used to it. Yes, I did call it that. Okay. Because we have had some teams complete their qualifyings already. Where's order points projected Sunday gone? Module 4. There we go. Bing that in. That's put us in some form of order. So, yes, I can tell you once again, we've had two teams complete their qualifying sessions, big ones as well. Birmingham A and Coventry A have both qualified in a manner where you would expect them to comfortably qualify should they keep things all nice and happy out there on the circuit.
What's different with this? Ah, yes, I'm remembering things now that we did yesterday. Little bits of differences that we made on the fly. That's not how I meant to do that. Sorry, folks. Both of us are working on things in the background now. In fact, what we'll do, just whilst we've got a couple of minutes before qualifying 6, we'll take a short break here on the commentary, and be back very shortly.
Look at this, everybody. The Cardiff University students have found the felt tips. Unbelievable. Right, I think we're back. Yes, we are back. Unbelievable. So disrespectful. Still waiting on the start of Quali 6. Our drivers don't understand again. There's a dog. There is a dog outside. It's a Sheffield dog. Wouldn't be BUKC without a dog outside. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting today. Whistle goes for qualifying 6 to begin. Some familiar faces I can see. Well, familiar helmet designs, I should say, as we head out on this one. Including the most experienced man in BUKC history now, I think, maybe. Sam Cobb. Gotta be. He's got to be up there. Just so you guys are aware as well, we now have, at least on our monitor here, 54 minutes and 42 seconds until the live stream starts over on Alpha Live. So the link for that is in our description here on the DDMM YouTube channel. So make sure that you've got all of your notifications and such sorted out, that when it's go time, and you've only got one monitor, because that's the thing, if you've only got one device that you can watch on, please, please, please support the Alpha live stream, because they're doing great things at the moment. And hit 20,000 subscribers on YouTube yesterday, which is a mammoth number. Is Luke here? No, he's not here at the moment. Luke was commenting yesterday about how before the you-know-what, and before that all have started producing the L word, the last gig that we did was, and you weren't on it, because JJ was on it, was at GYG, and it was a BUKC round. And little did we know what was around the corner, immediately around the corner. Remember on that broadcast, Premier League football matches started to be cancelled. Anyway, the subscribers' reason for talking about this is that they were on 9,000 subscribers at the time, so that's 11,000 subscribers, more than double since in the last 2 years. So really great effort by the guys over at Alpha. What other jovial nonsense have I missed, Howard? Apart from him being a lout.
What other jovial nonsense?
Yes.
I mean, you've missed Luke and I just nattering about website APIs, to be honest, but not too much joviality there, if I'm honest. I've just seen a fantastic on the first lap round. I saw a fantastic spin just there from Nottingham Trent C going into the boot. I've never seen anyone spin like that. I've never seen it. This is what I love about qualifiers. I have never seen any. As I said, goodness knows what's going on out the boot route. Now, see, this is what we miss when we're not sat at a window. I have never seen anybody spin off to driver's right going into the boot. It's amazing. I've just never seen it, and
Not
someone
in dry
managed.
conditions,
Nottingham
no.
Trent C managed it. So well done to them there. They got underway. It's good. It's synchronised. Trying to get back onto the track here at the boot outside our window, and they're all in the 80s as well. It's Manchester Met A. I think that was Imperial D and Birmingham D. That was good. That was if they don't manage to have success in the racing world, I reckon there is a synchronised kart display team in order for them in their future. I also had forgotten it's probably not new these days, but the more recent design for the Sheffield University Motorsport Club, which
Oh yes.
keeps making me feel like I should maybe
Sheffield Star
be.
Wars story.
It should probably be a long time ago, and I should probably be in a galaxy quite far, far away. I keep on seeing that every time I look at the Sheffield. It's a great kit they've got. It's just their logo just has a certain galactic feel to it.
Yes, it does.
And I didn't feel.
This is probably the most,
We're not used to this amount of
Yeah.
visual input.
especially after a season that was very much we were kept separate from the studio.
Yes.
Depending on your opinion, it's either a good thing or a bad thing. But yeah, we had to do that last year, of course, for obvious reasons. Have we got a qualifying with 5 results yet?
We do, and I also believe they had a weigh-in, and I think we got exclusions for being underweight.
Holy moly! That's not
as
the best
well.
deleted.
Oh yeah.
Stop going beyond the track limits.
Cardiff C and Manchester Met A underweight,
Ooh.
so excluded
Back
from
of
the
the
session.
grid.
Will be back of the grid. And as I said yesterday, the thing that makes me worry about being underweight for these teams is it's all right. These things do happen, you know. It's not necessarily like, oh, you intentionally did that. Sometimes it can be very much on the margin. You do lose a bit of weight when you're driving these karts through, if you're perspiring. It is a sport after all. But my question is, logistically, are you doing that because you haven't brought enough lead today, and are you also going to be non-compliant later on when we're racing? Is the concern, because if you're a team who have 3 teams here today, you'll have had to have planned your lead resource quite specifically across the races, and that's always a concern that I have when I see that early on in a qualifying day. Anyway, I shall shush and get you a result for that one, sir, that you can plug into or plumb into your spreadsheet of doom.
Yes. This is, again, just a free practice for anyone just joining. So no times of any significance being posted here, but for what it's worth, Nottingham A are quickest at the moment. Cardiff. We've not talked too much about Cardiff, and we'll do it whilst Jacob's out of the room. For all of our sakes today.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the strongest Cardiff squad that we've seen in a while. Oh, he's walked back in. Let's stop talking about Cardiff.
Yeah, no. Ooh.
But no, they're looking good, and they're seeming in good spirits as well. They're aiming to get 2 teams into the top 27 today to qualify for mains. I was speaking with John Ratcliffe about that earlier, who may make a cameo appearance later on in the day.
May well do. And yeah, that is, I mean, we the significance of that being that they are very much a long-standing team that has gone through that. There's that feeling that they've gone through the trough, if you like. They're coming back up, because I want to say, oh, you're going to have to correct me on this one, mate. It was a couple of years ago when we were doing this qualifier when Cardiff was the big surprise.
It's more than a couple of years ago.
It is. I want to say it's more like 3 or 4.
Which year did they finish? I'm trying to walk through the history of it now. So 2015 was the first finals that we commentated on, with the infamous thing that happened over there. So it was either 2015 into 16 qualifiers or 16 into 17. I think it was 2016 qualifiers. So 5 years ago. I remember they were seed number 10.
I'm going to go a bit more. I think I'm going to go a bit less than that. I think I'm thinking of 2018. Because Cardiff were definitely in what was then called the Rookies Championship in 2018. Unless we're saying that I can't get that one up.
If it's down the bottom, it'll be because it is one that we've used quite regularly as an example of a team that we think, oh yeah, they'll get in. All of a sudden, not being in. I'll leave that one. I'll leave you to that one. Free practice still going on, but we should be 1 minute away from the start of the timed qualifying sector of this session. There will be more results coming in now as well for those of you intrigued by the points. As I say, we had a few more disqualifications in that one, didn't we? For race number 5. I think that's got all of them. So let's press some buttons and get some more facts for you. We have now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams again. So this is pretty much the same format that we had yesterday. So Nottingham Trent are now your strongest qualifiers from the timed qualifying this morning. If we were to convert their race results into their grid starts into race results after 30 minutes of racing, they would have a very good score and have a chance at winning the round. Talking of winning the round, we should really at some point acknowledge how good Manchester were yesterday. Manchester 8. And impressive as well. As we said, we've talked about Brooks being there, Loughborough being there, always bringing strong teams, all the rest of it. None of them won. It was Ocean Beach and the boys who came to the fore and bludgeoned the noses of everybody else, and nobody could really respond.
So, to be clear, if Cardiff do qualify today,
yes,
it will be the first time that they have done that in, I think 4 or 5 years. Because they were...
Are you sure? I thought Cardiff had qualified last year. That's why John was
But we
around.
Didn't have qualifiers last year. That's my point.
Yes,
it will be the first time they got promoted.
Yeah.
So they were in the mains championship on merit in 2021. Absolutely, completely agree with you. But they have not successfully made it through a qualifier since at least 2017, if not a bit. So that's the shock that you and I remember, which is going back about 5 years now, was them not making it. And since then, they were in for some of those years, it was called Rookies. And yes, last year they got promoted up into the mains, but we're back to the qualification system this year, and yeah, if they get through, which we expect,
Yes.
based on their form when they were in it last year. Worth saying, we haven't actually seen Cardiff do that for a number of years. So that will be an achievement if they can manage it. But yeah, they're looking good at the moment. Looking very promising. It's always better when we've got Cardiff around, I think, in the mains. They're just one of those teams that's good fun to have around. Qualifying 6 is underway. 7.5 minutes left of it. Nottingham continuing the pace that we saw from them in the practice session earlier on. Although, as I say that, on cue, Cardiff A set the pole time. And also, that's a very unusual penalty. Ooh. Nottingham's A and B speeding under yellow as opposed to spinning under yellow. Now, the speed that you go at under yellow is kind of a subjective thing in some regards. The idea is that you've backed off enough such that you've got control of the kart. In order to get pinged for speeding under yellow, I would submit that you need to have had a bit of a close shave with somebody or something out there in order to have caught the attention of the marshals.
The most likely scenario I can think of that is if one of the Club 100 staff is replacing a cone or a tyre.
Yes.
And the driver hasn't quite, they'll see another kart and go, "Oh, back off," when you're a newer driver, but not necessarily take that same approach when they don't see a kart and think, "Oh, the road's clear," but is actually clear because there's somebody tending to the track. And the track furnisher, as we should say, it's official name now under Motorsport UK regulations.
With which this is, all these drivers who are competing with us do need to get themselves the relevant licenses to compete these days through that Motorsport UK affiliation.
Apologies, folks. I just noticed that the ticker wasn't operating, but it should be working now.
Who did we show the fate of?
X to B were shown as having not scored anything for a very long time.
Right.
We're being watched. We best be on our best behaviour. There's still only 8 teams that have completed their qualifying, though, so I say you're not really missing much at the moment. It's still in that embryonic stage of the day where everyone's just trying to feel each other's pace out. But Cardiff A still looking very good here. 45.173 for them. Nottingham A would be alongside them on the front row at the moment. Good lap time there from UClan A. Have just moved up to 10th place. Gained 4 positions. Who's that in the pits? I think it's the one we will mention later on today when it comes to pit lanes. He's making his Whilton Mill return today. And I've warned him, I've reminded him, mind that pit lane for our friend from last
yes.
time we were here.
Sorry. Yes. I was just having the camera crew that. Yes, absolutely. I unfortunately for the person involved, I know exactly who you were talking about, even though I missed the start of what you just said.
I still need to edit that vlog.
Yes.
That's a December job.
Yes. But well, he shouldn't be coming into the pits, especially. So Cardiff A still running on course for pole position in this 6th race at the moment. And it's Nottingham A, and Cambridge is C and D, which is very interesting to see. I'm not sure I recall a Cambridge D at a qualifiers before.
Yeah,
I think that's a particularly well supported Cambridge effort coming into this season, so that's good to see.
They're another team that have been focusing on recruitment a lot over the last few years, and now they're starting to see the flourishment of those efforts. So that's good to see, as I say, and they're looking pretty quick as well.
Yep.
So
I could see a Leeds E and a Sheffield E as well. This is great to see because to be clear, it's not like we don't sometimes see, in years gone by, you'd get to the final weekend of the year and there have been various different rules across various different seasons as to whether you're allowed to take part in the intermediate championship day if you're also a mains championship driver.
Yep.
The rules have at certain points in the past been slightly looser, and therefore you would sometimes get maybe people who are about to graduate and going, well, this is the last time I get to race in the BUKC, so I want to do as much racing as I can across the finals weekend. And you would get your, I'm sort of picking random universities to exemplify this, but, you'd get your Liverpool D or your Birmingham E team, all these sorts of things. But they aren't representative team efforts. They're not whole season campaigns. They're people having a go because there were spaces on the grid and they went, go on, then we'll take it and we'll not be eligible for points. And then Andrew and I get upset because there's a load of ineligible drivers out on track. To see, E teams, D teams, F teams, even for some universities, coming to qualifiers, that's brilliant. That just goes to show quite how healthy and well supported the BUKC is going into this year. So that's brilliant to see.
Imperial A are on the move. They've just improved. I was about to say they'd improved to 9th place. Make that 5th place for Imperial A with a 45.524. Willie Chew will be happy to see that, his former stomping ground. So it's still Nottingham A from Cardiff A, Cambridge C, Sheffield B. Imperial A, as we've mentioned, now onto the 3rd row of the grid for race 6. Cambridge D, Liverpool B, Cambridge A, Cardiff B, UCLan A. That is your top 10 at the moment.
I'm being very antisocial here, sorry.
Enjoying the coverage. I say we'll be here all day. Angry about this.
Yes, indeed. Just 36 minutes to go until we go live with your Alpha live stream of this. Getting into the meat of the day, the racing. That's where it really kicks off, and we will be racing into the darkness. I don't think we've spoken about that yet today, but obviously it is the shortest day of the year in terms of daylight. It is the winter solstice, as it were, and therefore light's going to fall on us quite early here. So we will be racing into the darkness and under the floodlights later today. Sorry, we're not. If you're feeling a bit left out, dear audience viewer, we're sorting out
lunch
order, which you don't need to worry about. But yeah, so racing into the darkness. What's the significance of that? In race 5,
flag is out, by the way.
we're going to checkered flag out for the session end. Nottingham A still on for the pole at the moment, and I don't think we've got a yellow flag into the boot, so it's going to be difficult to improve, I think.
Yeah, Imperial A, Nottingham A actually put in a really good lap time right at the end there, 44.837, navigated their way through, so that is the penultimate qualifying session completed. Now, if this follows the same format that we saw yesterday in terms of, I'm talking like, we said 2 teams finished all their races after race 4, 8 teams after group number 5. We should, if it's the same as yesterday, now have 27 teams that have finished their qualifying sessions. That will be an interesting point to look at as to unbelievable behaviour.
Going wedding dress shopping with the mates. It's all right.
Wait, no, she's done that bit. She doesn't need to do that again. Not again.
As a result, though, I'm going to, I think, disappear during this next session for a repeat performance of what happened yesterday.
Before you do that,
yes.
Would you mind giving me a quali 6?
Yeah, all right. Sorry. Sorry, folks. That was a slightly unprofessional moment. To be fair, I think compared to yesterday's stream, we're doing all right.
Yeah.
No, I can't give you that result because it's not through yet.
Ah, okay.
But I will stay online to do that for you.
No, I'm
Sorry, folks.
So,
I
yeah.
did have intentions to not have to do what I'm doing right now. But yeah. I'll leave you to explain that one.
half an hour until until the live stream for Alpha Live goes live. So the exchange going on at the moment between races groups 6 and 7. So yeah, thank you for continuing to join us here for the relaxed. The front row, A ahead of B on the front row, Birmingham A and Exeter B on the second row of the grid, Southampton B and Nottingham Trent A on the third row, Sheffield A and Nottingham Trent B on the second row, Leeds A and Coventry. Kart's number 97 because they didn't compete last year, but of course 2 years ago they won the competition outright. They're looking to get their title back and they really do want it back. They were not happy, understandably, that they weren't able to defend their title last year. That was beyond the team's control, that was beyond the BUKC's control. So they want that back, and they start race 2 on pole position. Exeter B alongside them on the front row, Surrey A and UClan A on the second row, Birmingham A and Reading A on row 3, Cambridge B and Bristol A row 4, Sheffield A and Imperial B on row 5 than the drivers yesterday. Q3 has Birmingham A on pole position from that qualifying session, Coventry A again on the front row in that one, Exeter A and Imperial A on row 2, Southampton A and Liverpool C on row 3, Manchester Metropolitan A on the fourth row alongside Sheffield Hallam A, Imperial B and Nottingham Trent B on row 5. If you are watching and there's any particular teams that you want to know about, do just drop them in the chat and we'll get you that information for you. Qualifying 4 result has Nottingham Trent A on pole position. We were live by this point after the power troubles that we had the first thing in the morning. So Trent A and Exeter A on the front row for that one. Leeds B and Trent B. So that's another good qualifying for Nottingham Trent on the second row of the grid. Birmingham A wrapping out a solid set of qualifyings, 3rd, 5th, 1st and a 5th in Q4 there. With Coventry D alongside them on the third row. Liverpool C and Imperial A on row 4. Coventry A and Exeter B on row 5. And then the last of the confirmed results that we've had here in the box, Q5, Nottingham Trent A, another pole position for them. Leeds A joining them on the front row this time. Exeter A and Sheffield A on the second row of the grid. Nottingham A and Southampton A on row 3. Cambridge A and Bristol A on row 4, Cardiff A and Leeds D on row 5. So it's interesting that there seems to be a lot of similar teams or similar squads coming to the fore. It's Trent, it's Cardiff, Leeds, Coventry, Exeter that seem to consistently be at the front of the order today. But as I say, the day in terms of how it works through from race 1 to race 7, maybe because, say, a Southampton, one of their teams, haven't been in those first or haven't had a lot of qualifying sessions so far, and they've been doing the last 2. We're still yet to have the confirmed results in for Quali 6, and of course Quali 7 is yet to run, although I don't think we're too far away from qualifying 7 being commenced. You can see supporting drivers being asked to leave the circuit ahead of this final session. It'll be 20 minutes. First 10 minutes of free practice. Any lap times that are set during that 10 minutes will not count towards the grid. The second 10 minutes, the very opposite, that will count towards the grid. We have camera, we have pictures in the box. Beautiful day here at Whilton Mill. We've been very lucky this weekend with the weather conditions. Sometimes qualifiers can be pretty bleak, whether it be very cold or rainy, but a dry track, and should stay that way as well for the course of the day. Few fluffy clouds in the sky. Really does look quite good there. Perfect conditions well, more than perfect conditions we've been saying this weekend, because I say it's quite mild this weekend as well, unseasonably mild.
Engines have started for the start of qualifying group number 7. Off the carts go for this final session before the lunch break, which will be about half an hour. We'll keep this stream running. We won't switch it off, especially as I've discovered how to reset Mr. GoPro here without having to turn Streamlabs off. He likes to just stop working after 6 hours, so we will need to do that at some point today. In fact, we may as well do it during the lunch break. But yes, 30-minute lunch break after this, or thereabouts, and then we'll go live for the Alpha stream. In fact, no, it will be less. It'll be more like 15 minutes, because some of these qualifying sessions have overrun. So round everybody comes to start their first lap of the practice session. Who have we got out in this this last group of the day? We've got some Liverpool representation. See, Liverpool A have just come over the line. City University of London are out with their single team in this session. I wish them the best of luck there. I think this is the first time they've competed in a qualifier. I think they were promoted up through the intermediates and rookies in previous years. So it's great to have them here at Whilton Mill. Sheffield A setting the early pace, 47.025 on that lap here in practice. Expect that to come down into the low 45s. Everyone just trying to find position at the moment. It's often tricky for the drivers because for some of them, this will be the first time they've driven this weekend. No practice sessions ahead of this one. At least today. There was a test session on Friday that some drivers will have chosen to take part in. Thank you very much, mate. But yeah, and some of them may not have experienced these conditions before. I know earlier in the year we had a test day here at Whilton Mill. I was up in the 9 to 5 job office, about 20 miles from here, and it was big. A big thunderstorm came through. I was watching on the radar, and it's like, I know where that's going. And texted the guys at the circuit to say, prepare yourselves, rain is coming. And it was gushing down the chicken run here at Whilton Mill. So for anyone who experienced the track on that day, great for being able to get a bit of experience in the wet, which is always valuable because it's never guaranteed. But in terms of how it transfers to today, not a lot learnt for those particular drivers. Thank you for continuing to watch and support the stream here on your Sunday. Hope you've enjoyed your Sunday morning as we're now into the afternoon, and that you stick with us throughout the day. I know there's some big motorsport on today, but this will be better. I know the Formula 1's been pretty good this season, but this will be better. There's a spinner on the last corner. It's kart number 89, which is going to be one of our newer teams. It's Birmingham D. And Birmingham D have got going again now. Well recovered, back onto circuit. Good time to have a spin this, Howard, because you're in free practice, you've not lost anything there, and but you've probably learned something that can then be applied later in the session.
There's a school of thought that says that if you're not spinning during practice, are you doing it right? It actually, I'm not sure I fully subscribe to that school of thought, but you know, it's different drivers have different approaches to how they find the limits. But there are some drivers who, you know, will find the limit and then rein it in. And if you're going to do that technique, do it in practice. That is a very good time to do that. So yeah, no harm, no foul with regards to spinning when you're in a session such as this. As I can see, though, we have just had a couple of spinners down at the boot. That's fine. Get used to the brakes, get used to the situation, as Andrew was saying. They haven't necessarily experienced Whilton Mill in these really nice conditions here. I mean, we're having to worry. It's okay now. Earlier on, the sun was streaming through this window. I had to sit here with my sunnies on just to be able to see what I was doing, which was an interesting challenge because they're Polaroids and therefore the screens all went blank. But anyway, it's definitely a challenge there. As apologies, I should have taken that with me up there, shouldn't I? Sorry, could have saved the planet there. It's biodegradable, the cup. Fair enough. This is exactly the time to push the limits and find it. And this is going to be an interesting one, excuse me, because right now the sun's quite low in the sky. It's a gorgeous November day. If you've got a tinted visor, you want to be wearing it, because as you come down out of the Zulus and onto the back straight at the moment, it could be a little bit blinding. But because this is the practice and qualifying that corresponds to the final race of the day, you're going to not want a tinted visor come that race, because once the floodlights go on, the rule around this is once the floodlights go on, you have to have a clear visor. That's the simplified one. You are actually allowed, there's a type of yellow tint that you are also allowed to use in dark conditions, but you're not allowed all these tinted visors, as I've just witnessed out the window that somebody has gone so far off at Boxing Day that they are actually on the exit of Inkermans, which is impressive in and of itself. I actually that's an impressive one right there.
We applaud that banditry.
That's yeah. But it's okay. We're still in practice. You're finding your limits. Around this Northamptonshire Whilton Mill circuit. If you've never been, just outside of Daventry. Good central location, very popular with a lot of championships in the UK because of its well, not just its location. It's a very fun layout, this one. We saw some good battling yesterday, and we're going to see, I think, some more good battling today. And we're using the national layout, also known as the Zulu layout, because three which are unique to the national layout, hence why it's sometimes called the Zulu layout. So it's been a while. I was trying to think this yesterday. I was trying to think when last there would have been a Club 100 event that used the Zulu layout at Whilton Mill, because generally speaking, the Club 100 championships don't use the Zulu layout these days.
No.
So I think it's probably...
I miss it.
Sorry?
I quite miss it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I do personally prefer the international layout, so it's one of those things where if I'm ever asked, I'm like, yeah, I prefer international. But it has been a long time since I've done this national layout. Just that mid-sector is where it's different around Whilton Mill. And do you know what? I'm going to put my neck out. I don't think they'll have been... I mean, obviously the test days will have been run around this layout to keep it relevant to the qualifiers. The weather that Andrew was talking about notwithstanding. But I'm going to stick my neck out and say I don't think that this layout has been used since we last did a BUKC Qualifiers here. I can't think when the Nationals would have otherwise been used. So it's not a precise layout. It's not one that even someone who did the Club 100 Championships would necessarily be too familiar with, but it is all just about optimising that middle sector. Quite sort of interesting, difficult layout really. Those Zulus, that Zulu corner is a bit of a unique challenge. It's basically a little slalom course that you've got to weave between the apexes and maximise your exit out onto the back straight. Difficult place to go side by side. It's sort of like the I don't know. It's like the BUKC's own little Singapore Singapore Sling corner, which I've just realised is also a dated reference now. but
Yeah.
but for those of you who used to remember Turn 8 around that Singapore Grand Prix circuit, where the rule was that you really couldn't go through
Green flag.
side by side. Green flag indeed. So now times count for qualifying. You can see the timing tower on our right resets itself. Very difficult to go through the Zulus side by side. We did see it yesterday. We do see it when we get close racing. But generally speaking, you kind of have to sort yourselves out. Certainly by Zulu 2, if you haven't already by Zulu 1. It's very, very rare that you'll see two karts go side by side throughout the whole sequence. And it's usually not in their interest, because they'll hold each other up so much that whoever was chasing behind will think all their Christmas and birthdays have come at once. But yeah, it's an interesting layout, this one. About 0.8 kilometres, this layout. So an 800 metre lap, and as you've been seeing, it takes you about 45 seconds to complete a lap of this circuit in Club 100 machinery. Leeds A are the most successful at doing that so far in the early opening shots of this qualifying session, a 44.9, taking them to the top of the time sheets. And that means that it is being piloted by Will Stacey is in the kart for Leeds, according to the sheet what the legendary Jacob Harris gave to me earlier today. As you can see, they're just doing the last few bits of setup for the stream, going live in just about a quarter of an hour. I can see they're just testing a few grid graphics, in fact, on another monitor. So they'll be with you. So if you've been, thank you so much for supporting the stream with us. We're not going anywhere. You can stick with the streaming here on Double Dash Motorsport Media for your comms cam, but we would definitely say head on over to that Alpha Live stream when it goes live in about a quarter of an hour's time, and then have us up on a second monitor. Or whatever works for you to have the added detail. Obviously, you've got the elements of live dial for timing off to the left, but that ticker down at the bottom here, which my colleague off to my left, your right, is working away on to make sure it all works smoothly. That ticker will be cycling through your teams and giving you a projection of where we think they're going to finish. Initially, based off of how they have done across these qualifying sessions, but obviously as confirmed race results come in, that those predictions will become more and more honed, shall we say, more and more precise in their predictions of where teams are going to finish, until hopefully in the last 3 races of the day we should really be able to add some insight. And because there are so many teams here today, the concern is, you might be tuning in to our stream and going, I'm here supporting, let's go with who's on screen right now. The Bristol karts, how are they going? Maybe the Bristol karts aren't being spoken about in that moment. Perhaps they're not featuring in the race that we're commentating on. Bear in mind, each team sits out 3 races. But we've got you sorted. It's down there in the ticker, cycling through what the situation is for those teams.
I'm going to take an executive decision. I'm going to speed up the ticker when we get going, because it's doing every 10 seconds at the moment. People, in fact, that's one for the chat. Do you want the ticker to be quicker? I can make it 5 seconds, 6 seconds.
What was it set to yesterday?
10. Which means it takes 600 seconds to pretty much tick through the whole field. It's a lot of time. I'm going to do it. I'm going to reduce it to 5 seconds.
5 seconds. Let's go with 5 seconds. You're coming through very quiet, by the way, mate. The mic is a bit further away from your face, I think.
That's why.
There you go. I thought so. So, yeah. We are heading towards halfway through this qualifying section, and there's a black flag for Leeds A for track limits. Now, this is the thing that's interesting here. I'm saying to you, Leeds A are on pole, their fastest lap of 44.9. That means that lap time may go on to be deleted. The this is going to be the interesting thing. The order that we call now may be a little bit different to what we read out to you as a grid when we get racing underway. So that's going to be, and that's been a theme throughout these qualifying sessions. That's where you're going to see, that's where you're going to see the real pressure being put on these drivers. You've got to make your way up through the field quickly and cleanly. We're going to say that phrase. I always fall into saying that phrase quite a lot with the BUKC, because it is, even though you've got timed qualifying, it's still the case that you have a very wide spread across the field of everyone's pace, and that can mean that when we do get underway and the leaders, maybe you've qualified on pole because you're really, really fast, and maybe you can stroll away at the front and set a really good gap, but after a few laps you are going to start to hit traffic, and that's where even some very experienced drivers can get undone, because maybe they come into the BUKC having driven a lot in owner kart series, and in owner kart series, you're going to...
No, what's he doing? Push it the other way. There we go.
As with yesterday, you are going to find we start critiquing kart recovery techniques as well, because that in of itself is a skill to be learned in the BUKC. But yeah,
second phase better.
If you
119.
If you come into the BUKC from owner driver karting, you're not going to be used to the spread of experience in this field, and we saw it yesterday. We saw it in particular with, and he's a very good driver, so but Matt Luff of Royal Holloway ended up getting penalised in his race for contact with another competitor, and in his words, he was like, I was coming up to lap somebody and they braked super early, and I didn't see that particular incident, so it could very much be an accurate portrayal of it, but it also had that indication of if you're an experienced driver, you can sometimes lose sight of quite how uncertain some less experienced drivers might be going into these braking zones, and it's a real skill to be able to put the lap on people cleanly. A lot of the things apply that you'll have heard when you were learning to drive. Make your intentions clear. Don't trust somebody too much. If they're not indicating to say they're going all the way around, still yet they might be. All those sorts of things. That's a skill that we're going to have to see them employ today as we go into the final 2.5 minutes. It's Cambridge A on top now, a 44.5 they've managed to post at the moment, and it's fairly good clean running out there at the moment because I can't see any yellow flags around the circuit at the moment. So now is a good time to pop in your personal best if you've not done so already. Track limits still being policed out there. The real danger zones, the real areas of concern are coming out of turn 2, although that's not so much a problem insofar as if you go too far onto that curb, you'll skirt wide anyway because of the nature of the curb there. So track limits kind of regulate themselves there, but the real concern is always coming out of the final corner here. Where the rules in Club 100 have had to, I want to say, get a little bit stricter over the last couple of years because of the way they've reprofiled that last corner. So there used to be a category curb where they were able to say, so long as you haven't got all four wheels the wrong side of the curb, we'll let you have it. But because they reprofiled the corner there, they reprofiled the inside curb at Paddock, and the exit curb as a result got changed as well. It got widened, and as a result, within Club 100 they had to align with what was more the Motorsport UK convention, which was to say, no, if all four wheels go the wrong side of the white line denoting the edge of the track, that is a penalty.
Just to note, 30 seconds of this session to go.
Indeed, absolutely. Leeds A have been able to respond to Cambridge A's pace, a 44.520. Not sure how that'll have been since they came into serve their black flag for track limits. And as it stands at the moment, UClan have just put in a good lap. A 45.352 takes them up to 13th place. And the checkered flag goes out. Birmingham D is the first to cross the line. They did improve on that last... no, apologies. They did not improve on that last lap. Cambridge B are across the line. Good session for Cambridge, this one. Cambridge A and B in second and fourth at the moment. Leeds A crossed the line. They haven't improved, but they are on provisional pole. Cambridge A coming up to the boot section of the lap now to finish their lap. Can Exeter A pull something out of the bag as they come round to take the checkered flag? Liverpool C set a new personal best. They improve up to 19th. And good final lap from Surrey takes them up as well. Cambridge A finishes their lap, but they can't improve, nor can Exeter A, nor Southampton A. So it is Leeds A on pole for that final race of the day. Very different conditions that these drivers will be dealing with when they're next out on track for that race. Beautiful, gorgeous midday November sunshine. Now it'll be very much in the darkness for the final race of the day.
Very good. And for the last time this year, that was a timed qualifying session for the top teams in the BUKC.
Yeah.
They will not have timed qualifying when we get to mains championships in up random grid order with all teams having the same average grid position when we get to that. So yes, right. I think what we're going to do now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our leave for a short lunch break, reset ourselves and get ready to go. We're going to keep this stream live here on DDMM. If you've enjoyed the stream and you haven't already done so, please click that subscribe button. Really does help us out. But we will be going live in 10 minutes time on the Alpha Live YouTube channel as well for the full video coverage of this Sunday qualifier for BUKC 2022. We'll catch you in a bit.
It's a new era. How do you at Cardiff?
I once upon a time might have dabbled in a bit of karting at Cardiff University, yes.
Backing Cardiff then.
Let's just say you're definitely my favourite.
Perfect peers.
Right, so speak to you later. We'll check in with the Cardiff team later on, no doubt. Sam Rowling is in, third place. Oh, look at it. Rory's got a Christmas sandwich. Rory, official verdict. Alright, Sam, at what point can you start listening to Christmas music, eating Christmas sandwiches and watching Christmas films?
I reckon last week in November is acceptable. Anything before that is too much. They were very strong, but yeah, it's just going to be a case of trying to pick our way through the traffic and keep it clean.
And we find yourselves on the Sunday of qualifiers with no Brooks, no Loughborough, depleted Coventry team. We've got Exeter today, yes, but then we also had Manchester yesterday. Would you say this is the easier day? And if so, does that benefit the Birmingham potential title challenge?
No such thing as an easy day in BUKC, but yeah, no, like it's obviously luck of the draw. There are obviously some strong guys in this race, so yeah, it's still going to be a challenge.
Sam, thanks for talking to us. I'm going to wander back down the grid. Sam Rowling of Birmingham. We have got, I think is it Jack or Jake? I can't remember. Jonathan. I apologise. Southampton's newest recruit. Tell us a bit about the Southampton team this year. What can we expect from you guys?
Well, I think we're hoping to get 2 teams into the mains and hopefully build 2 solid teams, have a good crack at it, and then. Well, I've heard he's got grey hair soon, so he's a experienced driver, so he's good at telling us the way.
I think he's very limited on time with this first street walk, but I'll speak to you later, Jonathan. Right, one last one. We'll jump in with Scott Jeffs because I owe you an interview.
Oh yeah.
You can't. I interviewed you at Shennington on our very last stream, and we lost all electrics and signal. And I joked that you'd never won a race, and then you went and won it.
I did. I said that was the goal for the race. It was a really difficult race. Actually, started raining halfway through, but Shennington, I used to go there years ago when I was 8. I must have done 10,000 laps around there. So yeah, really good to get that win. It didn't actually count because I was ineligible, but like.
Here we are with an interview anyway. That's what you wanted it for.
Yeah, no, thank you for. I forgot about that, so I'm surprised you remember. I don't think I'll be winning today though.
It's a tough field, isn't it? You're what, 6th year, are you?
Yeah, 6th. I don't have the energy for 30 minutes either. I'm just, I'm tired already.
Lazy summer, was it?
Yeah, fantastic summer. So, yeah, I'm gonna aim for top 25, I think.
And Trent,
I can't be disappointed then either, can I?
No, you absolutely can't. But Trent A in general, what's the aim there?
Well, we've got Sam Pooley, who's just ridiculous. Dante is just ridiculous, and we've got Jake Millsy, he's a new boy, so he's pretty good.
It's a tough field,
isn't it? As a collective, we've got a really strong team.
6th year, are you?
I think we'll do well. Yeah, 6th. I don't have the others. We've got 4 teams there to use. So I'm hoping we get some already.
Lazy summer, was it?
Exeter C.
Exeter C. We don't normally get to Exeter B or C. We normally see Konstantinos and get distracted. But what are hopes for Exeter C today?
Well, we're going to be pretty borderline with clubmen and intermediates. So this being up in 12th, I'm hoping to get some good points for the team.
Absolutely, you could probably get top 10 from here, mate. I'm going to have to cut this short because it looks like you're getting going, but all the best.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, now that the drivers are going, I'm going to hand over to the comms team. That's Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell of Double Dash Motorsport Media. Over to you guys.
Hello everybody from the comms box, and welcome, if you weren't with us yesterday, to the BUKC for 2022. It's like University Challenge, only less cerebral and with two-stroke oil. My name's Howard Mitchell, alongside me in the box here is Andrew Mather, and once again it's our pleasure and privilege to be taking you through all of the action for the BUKC,
connected and entered channel.
and we're going to be going into our first race of the day very shortly. Already controversy, by the way. Jacob, formerly of Cardiff University there, making the mistake of saying that Cardiff is a better university than Birmingham. Obviously untrue. That's all I've got to say on that one, really. I know my commentary colleague agrees with me. Let's take you through the grid, shall we, for this first race of the day. Cardiff A and B making an all-Cardiff front row, but we heard from them on the grid. They've split their drivers between the teams in a bid to get both teams qualified. It's a risky strategy. As the old film adage goes, let's see if it pays off. E and Nottingham Trent C. Coventry A and Bristol A are on row 8, and then it's Sheffield Hallam A and Leeds C on row 9. The top 20 are rounded out by Liverpool A and Imperial A. Sheffield C and Newcastle B are next, with City A and Surrey B on row 12. Row 13 is Birmingham D and Leeds D. Then it's Bath B and Reading A on row 14. The top 30 rounded out by Nottingham B and Imperial C. Then it's Nottingham Trent D, Sussex A, Sheffield Hallam B and Liverpool B on row 17. And Liverpool C and Sheffield D rounds out your 36 kart grid. Fantastic to see such packed grids. We've got 126 teams at qualifiers this weekend. We dealt with 63 of them yesterday, 63 more today. The driving standards have been in question during the practice and qualifying sessions this morning, so there will definitely be an eye on the standards from race control. There always is, but I think there'll be a particular will to see an improvement on that front. Thank you for joining us for the Alpha live stream. Do please like, share and subscribe. Let's get some people talking about this exciting new BUKC season for 2022. And we're about to get underway for the second day of qualifiers here. It's Cardiff A in the 18, Cardiff B in the 65 card, and away we go for racing, and it's a great start from Birmingham A on grid position number 3. Sam Rowling immediately swooping past Cardiff B and up into the second place spot, and he's chasing Fraser Brunton in his BUKC debut. Very experienced racer, as we were hearing down on the grid. We've got one kart stationary there on the exit of turn number 1, but I think otherwise that starts. Perhaps 2 or 3 who have got involved in a spin. Out front though, it is Cardiff A versus Birmingham A in the early exchange here. Brunton, as I say, on his BUKC debut, albeit very experienced in Club 100 machinery, and with Sam Rowling on his tail. Now one of the more experienced racers for Birmingham. There's one of the karts that was stricken at the back. It looks like it was the 113 of Nottingham B. But at the end of lap number 1, it's Cardiff A who leads. Birmingham A, Exeter B have had a good start to get up to 3rd place. And it's been a difficult first lap for Cardiff B, down to 8th place, as this is the 41 of Exeter B challenging with Southampton B over 3rd place. 11 is Nottingham Trent A with the ever-experienced Scott Jeffs, as well as that is the 98 that's become stranded there, and that's from quite high up, I think. I'll double check on who that is who's come to a start. It's Coventry B, and it is from the top 10. That's a costly moment there for Coventry B. Remember, every single driver takes part in just one race today, every single team therefore taking part in just 4. It can be very costly if you have a bad race. There is one dropped race score to determine your score at the end of the day, but it's still crucial that you convert these good qualification spots on the grid into good results. The 33 of Nottingham Trent B following its sister team here. That's Nottingham Trent A and B in the 11 and the 33. Nice numbers to remember for this year. If you are tuning in to support particular university teams, bear in mind that the teams do keep their numbers throughout the whole season now. So if you're looking to follow a particular team, try and learn that university's numbers as Nottingham Trent will be. Issues so far, I believe, for Surrey B, Reading A, Sheffield D, Coventry B and Nottingham B have all had some kind of issue. The 67 there just seems not to be able to get the kart started. Let's get used to the situation. You hit the power. It'll be very easy to driver off. Oh, that's a driver who's gone way. Drivers littering Northamptonshire at the moment. There are so many drivers who've gone into some sort of spin. We were saying just at the top of this one that driving standards will be of particular focus for race control here. My take on it in the box, and this is obviously just subjective for me here. I'm not the person who makes these decisions, but for my money at the moment, there's one too many karts coming to a stop here. Sheffield A and Coventry A are both dropping down the order now. Leeds A lost 5 positions on the last lap, but Sheffield A and Coventry weren't able to compete and mount a full championship campaign to defend the title that they won. Pre-A are dropping down the order. And they're down in 33rd place. That's going to be really costly. Really costly there. Liverpool B there being pushed back to the pits. One would by the pusher cart. So one has to assume some sort of mechanical there. It is so easy though. When you're pushing the switch to switch on these Club 100 carts, patience, bizarrely, for a motorsport, is the order of the day. Press that power button, give it that little bit of throttle, and wait. Don't be... what you sometimes see new drivers doing is they'll start pressing the button, and the kart doesn't start with the greyhound out of the trap urgency that they were looking for, and so they immediately start panning and flicking back on the switch, and that's something you definitely don't want to do because your kart won't get started, and also you'll start to hammer the battery as well for the starter. So you don't want to be doing that. Nottingham Trent A now with the close attentions of Exeter B, who've got past their sister team. You'll see the 41 now ahead of the 33 as they're already hitting traffic here, such is the nature of the dramas that have befallen the field in the early phase of this race. That is Liverpool B in the pit. There's been a bad race so far for... well, I say that. Liverpool A is running in 17th place, but it's been a difficult race for Liverpool's B and C, who currently, I'm sorry to say, occupy the last 2 spots on the road. That was a very wide moment there from the 41 of Exeter B, and I think that might have been part of what allowed Nottingham Trent B to get back up into 5th place, as they now are. Look at this pack of karts that they're coming upon now. I'm not sure if these are all on the same lap. There's a spin there right in front of the battle over 4th place there as it goes through Christmas Corner. Dramatic start to the day's running here. There are a lot of karts coming to a stop around this Whilton Mill circuit, and it means that there's been a lot of field spread. Cardiff A lead by 2.6 seconds. This is a dream debut in BUKC for Fraser Brunton in that Cardiff A kart. Birmingham A's Sam Rowling is next from 2.6. Oh, it's gone out 4.2 seconds, and to me that suggests that either the lap time from Birmingham A isn't bad enough to suggest that there was a spin. I think they've hit traffic now of the leaders, and it means that the gap is going to ebb and flow as they go through the traffic. Here's the battle still going on over 4th place. Nottingham Trent B versus Exeter B through Christmas Corner. I'm just trying to remind myself. We have got driver names in the box today, I'm happy to say. So I want to say it's Andrew Wong in the Nottingham Trent B kart, and it's Sam Hampshire in that Exeter B kart. And Sam having a bit of a look there into the boot, but there's no move on at the moment. This battle going on over 4th, about a second behind Southampton in the 60 Southampton squad this year. As there is Look down the inside of some of the traffic as they're going through Inkermans. Crucial to get through this traffic nice and cleanly here, as there's a penalty for Imperial A, and that's free. And that is advantage by contact, bump and pass. It means that the driver has got by on a fellow competitor by making contact with them and maybe forcing them wide, and that is a no-no. That's going to be 4 positions docked at the end of the race. Cardiff A leading by 6 seconds now over Birmingham, and that is impressive because Sam Rowling in that Birmingham kart is not too shabby on the old pace around this Whilton Mill circuit. I do just want to make clear though that if Cardiff A do go on to win this race ahead of Birmingham, Jacob is still wrong and Cardiff is still not a better university than Birmingham. And on that inarguable fact of life, I bring in my commentary colleague. Hello, Mr. Mather, how are you?
Hello. Apologies, folks, we've been having some technical audio issues that hopefully are fixed now. In the interest of balance, I feel now is an appropriate time to mention that whilst Sam Rowling's doing a fantastic job on the circuit, this is good from Rowling at the moment. He's probably got in the back of his mind the last time he was here. We'll be glad he's not having to do a pit stop today.
No.
Because the last time he came here, and it's probably still on the brain,
151
he had a bit of an
channel and
incident in the
disconnected.
DDMM Barnstormers kart and crashed coming into the pit lane.
He did. So if he gets
So
a
Birmingham, whilst good, are not perfect.
well, yeah, okay.
Pretty close to perfect.
I'm going to keep quiet because I know Sam can lap this circuit quicker than I can. But anyway, here is the battle going on for 15th place, or at least some of the karts in your shot were battling over 15th place. Some of them were a lap down. That's the number 30 of Leeds A in 15th spot there. And who's chasing Leeds? It's the University of Central Lancashire. I think Leeds may have just got past City A. Who are in the number 66. And we're definitely close on this lap, so I think that is a pass there. Does Leeds go up the order? Yes, they do. Leeds indeed have got past City. Further up the road, Imperial A have got past Leeds E, which is important for them because they've got a penalty to be applied at the end of the race, as now has Nottingham Trent B, and that's from high up. That is in 5th position, and they've been given a track limits penalty. Docked 2 positions. Now the 2 areas for track positions is the 111 of Liverpool C is continuing to have a few trials and tribulations out there. The new drivers out there today. I should say hello to all of well, obviously not if they're out there right now, but hello and welcome to all of the drivers who may be racing for their first time today, or maybe you're a driver who raced for your first time at the BUKC yesterday. You're very welcome along for the ride. Focus on the basics, focus on the stuff that Jamie's talking about. That is important to get down, and the pace will come to you in time, as side by side here are going the 27 and the 64. This is Sheffield Hallam B and Sheffield A battling over 19th place. And I think that was the 64. Oh, that is a spin from that battle. So that's definitely been decided now, that battle. We'll double check which way that went, actually.
Over on the DDM YouTube channel, you'll have all the points which have just been updated with the scores from qualifying 7. So we've got our first shot of projections off the qualifying results. At the top, I can tell you that the best qualifiers in time qualifying this morning were Exeter A. You actually joined Exeter A and Trent A. I'm just going to mention these teams that are currently on the outside looking in. Coventry B need a good run in this race. Where are they? Oh, they're down in 22nd place. They've gone backwards. Exeter C, Reading A are all teams in this race that have work to do. Birmingham B as well, not out for a while, but they need to pick up the pace as well. I think we're already. See, Hampshire's in trouble. That's the number 41 of Exeter B.
That's from high up, and he just received a penalty for track limits as well, just to add insult to injury. This is from 5th place. Now, what has happened here? This is very unusual. This is on the exit of, well, if I'm being really nerdy about Whilton Mill, this is on the exit of Fine Lady, which no one really ever talks about as a corner because it's the kink on the straight up to Christmas corner. How have you come to a stop
HT
there?
lead, I think.
Okay.
Loose.
Oh, that's gutting there. I should just say a bit of housekeeping for the previous lap. It was Sheffield Hallam B who spun on that lap in that battle that we were watching between themselves and Sheffield A, so that went very much the benefit. This is gutting for X to B. And the other one, mate, so far that I've seen there, I've gone, oh gosh, that's going to be costly, is Liverpool B, who had that problem from quite high up in the order. They're now going to be well out of kilter relative to where they qualified, and thus that is one that when we update it with the race scores, I think your spreadsheet of doom is going to be pushing out a bit of a warning sign for that squad. One of the long-standing universities in the BUKC is Liverpool.
So yesterday we saw Oxford A getting into trouble very early on due to having a not so great result in their first race. I don't want to
Asbo 151 connected and entered channel.
Okay, no, X to B have got sufficient opportunities to race their way through into mains. They've got a 2nd, a 10th and a 9th coming up. The pressure for them now, though, Howard, hopefully that for Sam Hampshire will be a drop score for X to B, but they cannot afford any more races where they finish, 25th downwards, because otherwise they could be in a spot of bother.
Leeds D aside, who's just dropped down another hunk of places as well.
Hampshire recovered to the pits.
I've got to say that it's a pretty good race at the moment for Leeds. Leeds C in 8th
Asbo
place.
151 left channel and disconnected.
This is quite a strong showing from Leeds. And I've not got that much of a sample size right now because we're only 20 laps into the racing, but I have got to ask the question. As I understand it, all those Leeds karts are eligible.
Yeah, thank you, Sunday qualifier. There are only 4 ineligible drives in the whole day.
Indeed, but I have got to ask, is Leeds another uni that's tried this fairly risky strategy of splitting their drivers? Because there's 2 ways of interpreting that. I go, wow, your Leeds squad is great. You've got the C, the E and the A team, all in the top 15. But also, have you split your drivers?
I'll say this.
Have you spread yourself too thinly across the teams? Maybe they have got that many fast drivers, and fair play to them if they do, but that would be my initial question of concern off the back of that.
I'll say this, Howard. On the projections at the moment for Leeds, and it's just passed through on the ticker, Leeds A projected 9th, Leeds B 16th, Leeds C 24th, Leeds E 34th, Leeds D 42nd.
Okay. That's a fairly good
it's
distribution.
fairly good, but they've still got to deliver it out on circuit.
As there's a spinner there, and it's the 74, which makes it the
Imperial
C. Yeah, it is indeed. See, it's the start of the season. This is where Andrew and I start racing each other to try and identify these as we're learning the numbers. But yes, fair enough to Leeds then. I mean, it's worth saying that the way that the drivers have been distributed across the team is the captain of each team or the committee, however each uni team decides who's in what kart, it is their first attempt at it this season based off of the test days. So, it's going to be the first and therefore worst. It's the first attempt at working out what the pecking order is within your own team. As there's a driver there who's gone quite a way off at Inkermans. And this is one of the things. Yeah, good. Good technique. Pick it up by one of the bumpers, whether it's front or rear. My preference tends to be the rear bumper, but try and you started off well, but you've gone back to the bad habit there of trying to push it from the rear with the steering, and that never works because you're fighting a lot of inertia. That the cart's going to put resistance in your way, but they are recovered back now, and away they go. And that's good. That's good heads-up driving there, by the way, and indicating, hey, pass me on the left whilst I'm getting up to speed. That is the correct thing to do. We have 12.5 minutes left in this race. Cardiff A lead. Fraser Brunton doing a fantastic job. Good battle now going for second place between the 7 and the 61 of Birmingham A and Southampton B. That is a really good Jonathan Dalton doing a great job for the Southampton B squad. Here it is, that battle. Sam Rowling in that blue helmet, black suit, and Dalton in the blue suit and the black helmet. They're inverted just for your ease of viewing. This the battle over second place.
Not just saying this because an alumnus is stood to our right, but this is a very strong start for the Cardiff squad. This is what their drivers were asked of. Go out there, get some points on the board.
151 connected and entered channel.
And at the moment, from time qualifying, Cardiff A projected 4th for the round, Cardiff B 15th, which is a very solid start for them. There's the number 74 on your screens, having recovered. This train going down through the Zulus, back with our battle for second place.
Asbo
Birmingham
151
and,
left channel and disconnected.
Southampton B.
Has been a pass for 7th place further down, by the way. George Wallage of the Imperial A squad getting by on Cardiff B's Josh Ladd. As there's a spinner there, that is the 66, and that's City A. So 66 dropping down the order. As that was 76 going through on a cart that was a lap down. That was Bristol A moving up the order. This is the battle for 4th place. Which is between, actually no, excuse me, it's not, is it? It's the battle. Fraser Brunton just putting a lap on one of the Leeds carts. Yeah, until the two Trent carts running together. Trent B and A putting in a good showing so far. There's a spinner out of Inkerman's there. Keep an eye on timing for who that is. Just trying to remind myself. Yeah, it is Sheffield A. Okay, Sheffield A. See, some of the traffic that people are hitting now are quite difficult to put the lap on because they're actually of quite equal speed. So the 33 and the 27 look like they're lapping on the same lap, but it's Sheffield A a lap down. But they've just got very good pace at this phase in the race. Here's the battle for second place again. The 7 just went through shot there. That's Birmingham A. Just see there the Trent carts coming through. Bath A is next in the 42, but they're not going to come through shot for a while, I don't think, because it's quite a gap between the two, between 5th and 6th place. There's the 42. That was Bath A. Imperial A and Nottingham Trent C running quite close together.
You mentioned Sheffield A there. Apologies, I was away for a bit. They've fallen down the order from where they started.
They did,
it's not
yes.
an absolute crisis for Sheffield because they're a team with some good grids coming up. As Sam Rowling's doing well there, he's broken away from the Southampton B driver in the battle for second place. Yeah, 16th place for them at the moment. I just wonder, have they got sufficient time to pull themselves back up to 13th, 14th? Yesterday, you needed an average finish position of 12th in your 3 counting races to go through. That's what works out as, at the end of the day, 145 points. There's a very stern-looking Mr. Harris next to me. Cardiff A still leading this race.
Asbo 151 connected and entered channel.
He's looking tense.
It's all right, Jacobs. Cardiff's still leading.
No, he's not used to seeing Cardiff up there. Especially around here. Takeout penalty for Sheffield Hallam A. That's a black flag. They will have to come in and serve a stop-go penalty. They are currently in 14th. That's not what you want. That's not how you want to start your day, particularly when you're Sheffield Hallam and you were P27
151 left channel and
projection
disconnected.
through timed qualifying. So that is a bit of a hit for Sheffield Hallam. This is not, that could be a moment that Sheffield Hallam look back at the end of the day and regret. Cone penalty for Nottingham Trent B, who are currently in 4th place. So that's going to be a swap between the A and B karts. And is for knocking over one of the cones or hitting a piece of the track furniture around this Whilton Mill circuit. It's there to protect the karts from underbody damage. You're back. What's he got to say for himself?
Nothing on that front. We're talking about something completely different. But Cardiff, oh, there you go. Cardiff have just set the fastest lap of the race. That'll keep him happy.
Here's a pit entry going on. This is number 57 of Sheffield Hallam A. Successfully navigating the tricking run, unlike certain Birmingham drivers. There's a Sheffield Hallam B track limit penalty that's come in. But this drive from Fraser Brunton, I don't want to be too nonchalant about it because it is his first race in the BUKC. This is a driver that we've been watching in the Club 100 sprints for a couple of years, Howard.
Yep.
Came oh so close to a maiden A final victory last weekend at Bayford Meadows. He's clearly on good form and could be a big factor in the BUKC this year for Cardiff.
Definitely. He's going to be a big part of their push at the front. And as you say, brings plenty of experience. And this is something that we did touch on yesterday as well. You know, we saw drivers yesterday like, who'd be a good example? Seb Algeri was racing yesterday, wasn't he? You know, these drivers who've got a bit of experience in Club 100's own championships that they run as part of the large port now in existence. That was started last year. Now up to sort of full speed with the Young Drivers' Championship. Obviously, 2020 turned out to be a difficult year to start a new championship, but start at Club 100 did, and that's now got growing numbers as well. So I think that's going to be something that we only see more of as there's a driver off coming onto the back straight, which is where this battle, you can see the yellow flag being waved there, it's where this battle is just coming between Birmingham. Yeah, okay, that's
on the those tyres have gone a long way down the back straight.
They have indeed, and I'm intrigued what was okay, it's the number 90, which is Sheffield D, who have already had some dramas this race.
Pace of this race at the front has been brutal. The fact that Fraser Brunton has lapped up to 8th place, I don't think we saw that many times yesterday.
I wanted to ask you that. I think the 43.89 is the fastest lap I've seen this weekend.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
And I think it's the fastest lap by quite some way because I don't know I've seen anyone else break the 44 marker into the 43s. So this is another time loss there as there's a black flag for Exeter B for speeding under yellows. There are a few out there, aren't there, mate, who are putting themselves in a difficult situation here for qualification. You've got to avoid getting these penalties. You've got to avoid getting those black flags. With 3.5 minutes to go of this one, as change for 10th place out there. Leeds A and Exeter C getting by on Leeds C. Liverpool A as well, battling away with Sheffield A. Good battle going on between the 55 and the 27 as we're still watching this whole race. That number 7 car. Oh, and it's changed. It's changed. Excuse me. Yeah, it has changed. But it was on the last lap that it changed, and I think we were looking a bit further down the order. So it is now Jonathan Dalton who's ahead of Sam Rowling in that Birmingham kart.
Cone penalty for Bristol A, kart number 76. So their cross city or regional rivals, UWE, do pretty well yesterday. Where are Bristol at the moment in the order? The 16th at the moment for Bristol A. How are they looking for their other racers? Another team that have been around for a long time. Pretty good. 8th and 24th for Bristol coming up.
It's going to be a good haul of points for Nottingham Trent this. B&A, I still think that Nottingham Trent, well, there's going to be two things. Firstly, I think they're looking good for 3 teams. Well, they've surely got to be thinking about getting 3 teams in to the mains today. But the second thing is I think that Nottingham Trent, I know you were reading off it was Exeter, wasn't it, who I think had done the most successful qualifying run, but I really think Nottingham Trent must be in the hunt for the honorary round victory, I'm going to say for now, because I think it's still up in the air as to exactly whether this would count as a round of the championship. The spinner at Christmas Corner was the 67 of Liverpool B.
Tough race for the Liverpool teams.
Definitely.
They've got two teams at the bottom of the order at the moment. Liverpool A are doing okay. They're in 14th. Actually, it's not all bad for Liverpool A. What I will say, there's a spinner down at the boot. Liverpool A's driver in this race has done exactly what you need to do if you're one of those teams that after timed qualifying are a little bit nervous. Doesn't matter about going and doing an absolute Hamilton hero drive from the back of the field up to 5th. It's just oh dear, what's going on here through Christmas Corner? 2 carts off at Christmas Corner there, and one of them looks a little bit winded. Move forward, even if it's by 1 position. Just move forward and improve your situation. Take the pressure off your teammates. Liverpool A's driver, I don't know if we've got who it is, has gained 5 positions in this race. Started 19th, is now 14th. It's further solidifying Liverpool's claim to a top 27 place. They were the 23rd best performing team in the timed qualifying this morning.
Sorry, mate, which?
Liverpool A. Cart's number 20.
It's Johnny Pinder.
Johnny Pinder, well done, Johnny. Good race so far as the 85 recovered. That was Sussex A. Who else was spinning on that last lap? Surrey B, I think, were off. Liverpool B have recovered again, but they had a 3.5 minute lap.
We need to keep our eyes, though, here on the 18 of Cardiff A, because Fraser Brunton is going to complete here on the dream debut in the BUKC. He's going to come round the final corner now, and Fraser Brunton takes the first win of the day, and it's for Cardiff A, winning on his debut in the BUKC. And save for a contact warning on like the last lap, he absolutely nailed that. Clean run there. Bit of showboating across the line. You love to see it.
Sorry for those on the DDMM stream who just see me dancing. This is a great message in from David Whitehouse. Hey all, over £46,500 has been raised at the current count by Jimmy Broadbent and all the guys racing over on iRacing for the Race for Mental Health. Fantastic effort. Not as important, but I'm still pretty happy about it. Our car has finished 3rd in class. Well done, everybody.
Oh, well done.
Well done.
Cardiff A taking the win.
It was that engine blow that I caused in the middle of the night. That's what it did.
Probably was. Cardiff A take the win. Southampton B, really strong points in 2nd there. Birmingham A in 3rd. Good finish for Nottingham Trent's B and A in 4th and 5th. Then it's Imperial A, Bath A, Nottingham Trent C. And then it's Leeds A and Leeds C to round out your top 10. Exeter C, Cardiff B, Sheffield A, Liverpool A, Bristol A and Leeds E. Coventry B, UClan B, Coventry A and City A round out the top 20 in that one. Then it was Trent D, Reading A, Sheffield, Hallam's A and B. Difficult race for Hallam B, I think there. Had to take to the pits at one point. Sheffield C, Birmingham D, Leeds D, Imperial C, Surrey B and Bath B round out your top 30. And then it was Sheffield D, Nottingham B, Sussex A, Exeter B, and then a difficult race for Liverpool's B and C there in 35th for the Liverpool C car and Liverpool B with one to forget there. That's a bit of pressure on going forward into the rest of their racing for the day down there in 36th place. A few penalties to be applied post-race as well. So don't forget about that. Head to results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on BUKC for the confirmed results as they come through. But I think we should be ready to, or at least in a moment's time, be ready to hand over to Jacob down on the grid.
Okay, also drivers that have finished their racing for the day that are wearing Club 100 attire.
First race, first win for newcomer Fraser Brunton. Fraser, tell us about how you did that.
Yeah, it was exactly what we wanted. Got a good start. I tried to get my teammate to come into the second, but it just didn't happen, and third managed to get into second. And then we kind of drove away. But coming off the Zulu section, there was a spinner, and there was nothing I could do to avoid it, so I just hit it, and then I must have lost about 20 seconds to waiting, so it kind of made me slightly worried, but managed to bring it back.
Some blistering pace out there. Andrew and Howard saying that they think you set the fastest lap of the weekend so far. What's the secret around this track?
Curves. JV won't like that, but yeah.
We'll pretend that we didn't say it. I'll ask you no more about it. But a great start for Cardiff season and a great start for your BUKC career.
Perfect, thank you.
Fraser Brunton there of Cardiff A, the best university that ever did it. Position for it is though. Who have we got?
Andreas from
Andreas
Coventry.
from Coventry. Coventry A, I take it?
Yeah, Coventry A.
And a newcomer to the Coventry A team, Andreas. Tell us a bit about you guys taking over from the former champions.
Well, we've obviously been like trying our best and trying to replicate this previous success. So, yeah.
Do you think you can get yourselves up there where they left off?
We'll try our best.
I mean, you're doing all right for pole position in this race. Have you had a look around the grid, seen anyone you don't like the look of?
No, I haven't. No, not yet.
All right, then. Well, tell you what, I'll go and have a look for you, and I'll report back if there's anyone to worry about. All right.
All right.
Andreas there of Coventry. Let's see who's alongside him. It's Mr. Ethan Brooks. Ethan, quick chat. I'm told you drive Genetas, is that true?
It was for a few years ago, yeah.
Okay, are you any good?
I'd like to think I had a good run at it, but I'm happy to be here right now in karting.
Yeah. And what are you going to do for us in this race?
I want to bag a good result for the team because we had a DNF due to a mechanical in race 1, so pressure's on a little bit more now, but just a nice clean race, stick to the front, and hopefully we can all keep it clean, work together and get a gap and see where it takes us.
Excellent. And my favourite thing about you is that, unlike some drivers whose name I forget, I'm never going to forget yours because it says it right by there.
I made it specially for you, don't worry.
If everyone was more like you, Ethan, we'd have a lovely time on the live stream.
I know, cheers.
Have a good race. I'll speak to you
Cheers.
later. Ethan there, my new friend Ethan, whose name I will never forget. Let's have a chat to someone further down the grid. We've spoken to Birmingham, but we haven't had anyone yet from Cambridge. And Alistair Senior is in the B team, I believe.
Yeah, in the B team, that's right. I've got to fight my way back to the A team.
Just tell us how you're going to do that. What are you going to do in this race to make them regret the decision to ever drop you?
Well, I want to go forward, that's for sure. I mean, a lot of it depends on how good the kart is. I've had a bit of a mare at times in the qualifying. We had a poor kart in the first stint, so I had to change that. So I just hope I have a
strength in depth that Cambridge has this year, and can you challenge for the title accordingly?
Yeah, we've got a really strong team this year. I mean, our B team this year is better than our A team. Yeah, we've got strength and depth, and we're hoping to get 3 teams in the mains this year, and yeah, definitely go for the win with the A's.
Excellent. Well, all the best for that, and I'll speak to you later in the season.
Cheers, thanks.
Alistair Senior there of Cambridge University. Diving in behind, we have Mr. Adam Kernis. Adam, what happened last time you were at Qualifiers?
Who told you?
Oh, I know everything, Adam.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it was going quite well 2 years ago, and then on the final lap I had a little bit of an excursion at the exit of Zulus, and that's history wrote itself.
Where did you finish?
Yeah, well, I dropped from P9 to P17, so yeah, a bit rough.
That's
I had
8
like a
positions.
15-second gap behind me as well to P10 or something.
You can't afford to do that today, Adam. You only got 1 race. You had 2 races that time. You could afford a slip up maybe in one of them, but this is one shot.
Yeah. No, hopefully I can go forward. I had a few penalties from qualifying that dropped me down a little bit, so I'm hoping that I can make those back up.
And tell us a bit about Leeds this season. Obviously, you've always had 4 or 5 teams knocking about, and I'm sure Kieran will be in and around the front of the grid later on. But give us a brief overview of this current Leeds squad.
I think we've got a good chance. I mean, probably a top 5 or a top 10 in Prems if we get the results together. So, and the rest of the team, we've got loads of drivers. So, yeah, we can definitely get a decent amount of teams in mains.
Is the long overdue retirement of Tom Dent going to have a negative impact on the team?
We're really missing him. Can't live without him. He's Tom Dent. Come on, you're missing him, aren't you?
No. For any viewers unfamiliar with sarcasm, Adam's being very sarcastic there. Have a good race. I'll speak to you later.
Thank you.
All right, let's get in one more just before the end, and we won't go to another Leeds driver. We'll go to this man with his feet up in the number 59. Who have we got here?
Liam from UClan B.
UClan B. Liam, 3 teams, is it, for UClan this season?
Yeah, 3 teams.
And you happen to get everyone in mains, or what's the aim?
Just to get everyone through this weekend would be ideal. Yeah, so this year we've got mostly a new team, so we'll see what happens. Yeah.
And where are you? You're about 20th here, is it?
19th, yeah. 19th, yeah.
And you hoping to go higher or maintain, or what are we looking at?
To try and stay on the track would be ideal, but yeah, maybe a few more places forward would be good. Top 20 would be goal, so we'll see what happens. Yeah.
I got faith in you. Apparently you're from Blackburn.
No.
Sorry?
No.
Yeah, well, my director's wrong then. I'll speak to you later.
Not Blackburn, cheers.
Apologies there for the terrible direction. Better judges of accents than Mr. Adam Chapman.
Thank you, Jacob. Let's take you through the grid for this second race of the day. Then Coventry A will start this one from pole position with Exeter B alongside. Surrey A and UClan A are your second row, and then it's Birmingham A and Reading A on row 3. Cambridge B and Bristol A are next, with Sheffield A and Imperial B rounding out your top 10. Leeds B and Coventry B are on row 6. Row 7 will be Cardiff B and Nottingham Trent A. Sheffield Hallam A and Liverpool B are row 8. Row 9 is Nottingham Trent C and Cambridge C. UClan B and Leeds A round out your top 20. Then it's Bath A and Bath B, making it an all-Bath affair on row 11. Nottingham A and Leeds E are on row 12. Nottingham B and Bristol C are row 13. Row 14 is Bristol B and Nottingham Trent D, with Sheffield Hallam B and Coventry C rounding out the top 30. And then it'll be Sheffield D and Nottingham C on 16. UClan C and Sheffield E on row 17. And on row 18, it's an all-Cambridge affair of Cambridge D and Cambridge A. So, yeah, interesting to hear from Alistair Senior from the Cambridge squad there in the B cart, talking about the strength and depth of Cambridge. I'm not sure if that was an exclusion for Cambridge there. I think it was in their qualifying session, so they've got it all to do in the A team from the back. And we are going around again for another rolling up lap for this one. Do hope you're enjoying this streamed coverage of day 2 of the BUKC Qualifiers for 2022. Alpha Live bringing you the coverage with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. That's myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Mather alongside, as we get ready here for the second of 7 races. Yeah, well, it already feels, I was going to say it already feels like the shadows are lengthening. It's actually just the shadows never get that short on a day like today, being the shortest day of the year. It's like you're constantly in sunset.
It's still quite brisk out there.
It is
well.
very
you
cold.
You can probably hear the wind on the cameras. There's the thumbs up from pace kart driver to indicate we are good to go for this next race, race number 2 of 7. For a number of these teams, this will be their first race of the day, first race of a new season, and of course a return for Coventry University to the BUKC after a enforced hiatus last year. Former champions, can they start off this day perfectly for them in terms of racing? Here we go then. There's a spinner towards the back of the field already, but Coventry A take us into turns 1 and 2 for the first time. Fairly even start between those at the front of the order. Heading up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Coventry A have gone down the field a little bit. It's the number 41 that started P2. Is there a spinner or a half spinner in the middle of the pack there? So X to B from second place take the lead of this race. Through Inkermans they go for the first time, and they'll be coming down through the Zulus. There's 1 spinner or 2 spinners off towards the back. We'll try and capture who those are in a few moments' time once everybody's completed this first lap of the race. But X to B, very strong squad over the last couple of seasons from Exeter, and they've been able to retain a lot of their drivers as well. It's a young squad with a bit more experience now to tackle this assault on the BUKC. There's the Reading A kart in second place. It's a good appearance from them towards the front of the field. This is their best grid slot of the racing this afternoon. Starts 6th on the grid. About the 27th and the 17th later on. Outside chance based on those
grid slots of getting into the top 27 at the end of the day. But a performance like this, running second in the order, and hope these two drivers will just work together now, not fight too hard, bridge that gap back to Birmingham A in third. Cambridge B have hopped up to fourth place on that last lap, now ahead of Surrey A. The rest of the field filing through. There's number 48 of Imperial B looking down the inside of Surrey A for fifth. Coventry A, didn't quite see what happened to them at the start. I just wonder if they got ran wide a little bit through turn 2. But they're still there. They've got a rear gunner in Coventry B just behind them as well. An intriguing situation for Coventry B today. Now, a team that have historically got through to the qualifier, through the qualifiers and into the top 27 from their day, do have work to do, especially in this race, to try and get some points. And in fact, the two of them have switched. I wonder, is that tactical between the two Coventry cars? I'm focusing on trying to just get as many teams through as possible today. Coventry B have improved 5 positions from where they started, and there's a penalty for Coventry. There was quite a large curb on the inside on driver's right as someone's off in the boot. Can't quite make out who it is. They've got going again. There's the monster curb. So obviously Coventry A have hit that curb, and it really does give the carts a bit of a jolt. Oh, someone has spun out on the back straight there. It's someone in a Praga suit. It's the 47 that's gone round for a spin there, and that is UClan A. Oh, now that's a driver from quite out, started 4th on the grid. So that's not good for UClan. They needed this race to be a big points haul. That's going to shuffle them down from where they were in 14th place. Penalty now for Surrey A and Nottingham C. Quite a few coming in here. So Nottingham C's is a track limit warning. Apologies, I didn't quite catch what the Surrey A one was for. But Exeter B doing a very nice job at the front of the field here. Ethan Brooks has the measure, it would seem, at the moment of Ross Deal. Ross Deal, very experienced driver, has done a lot of owner racing. I've seen him race several times before. Here he is racing for Reading A. Another penalty, this time coming in for Cambridge A. Cambridge A having a funny day so far. I mean, they're in 17th place. I want to say this is the race, the qualifying in which they were disqualified. So yeah, Cambridge A have worked their way from the back of the field and up to 17th, but they've now got a contact penalty, so that undoes a bit of their work. End of lap number 6, new fastest lap of the race from Brooks, 44.819. See Cambridge B there having a look. Alistair Senior, who's got, he must be pretty high up the list of experienced drivers now in the BUKC. There's a driver off in the boot I can see out of the window here in the clubhouse. "25 minutes of this race to go. Still a long, long way, the length of a standard BUKC sprint. As, oh, round there, and a bit of a collection as well. That's Liverpool and Leeds involved. And the, oh dear, and the Leeds driver, I think it was Leeds, I think that was Leeds A number 30, Bath A number 42, because they were very close together on track. And Liverpool B car, oh dear, another driver has fallen off into the boot. That's a tricky place to recover a kart. Penalty for Nottingham Trent D, so keep an eye on your live timing. It's the number 92 that's gone round there. As, oh, off. That's the Bath karts that we saw off earlier, has gone wide and come join the club. That's the DDMM tyre barrier of joy, where I was a few weeks ago. That's going to be a big recovery for kart number 42 from Bath A. They'd had that incident on the previous lap. And I bet what's happened there is the driver's run a little bit wide, got on the grass with the left-hand wheels
of the kart, and it just pulls you away from the circuit and pulls the kart from underneath you. There's nothing you can do, and you slide off towards the grass. Driver's okay, which is the most important thing, and on their way again, but this has not been a good race for Bathé. They're going to tumble down the order now. Started 21st. Oh, that's a shame, because they were making good progress up through the order. So who else had spins on that last lap? We've mentioned Leeds A, that they had an off. I think it was UClan A that were the other kart involved when we had that 3-kart spin up at Inkermans. Not that that's any trouble for X to B. They're still leading this race. There is the number 97 of Coventry A, which has got back ahead of its teammates' kart, and Imperial B as well. So our pole sitter, Andreas Moreno, starting to get back on top of this race. Number 96 is just ahead on the road. I think that may be, yeah, that's the Cambridge D kart that is 2 laps off the overall lead right now. There's a chop across there. I think Imperial B making contact with Coventry B, and Coventry B's driver, understandably, is not too happy about that. Penalty for fits from this. Good move there from Nottingham Trent A in the number 11 kart. I've got a feeling that they've moved up through the order. That's not Dante Dillon in the kart, as it says on our crib sheet. Try and find out who their driver. I think it's Mills in there for them right now. 21.5 minutes to go. X to B still leading. Reading A in second. Birmingham A having a good start today, and I feel laying down a bit of a marker. They are one of 2 teams that do the first 4 races in fashion, and then that is them done for the day. No more racing for them. But they'll be in the clubhouse with a score that they would hope would be taking them towards the top reaches of the league table come the end of this session. Contact warning for Nottingham Trent A, the number 11. And a new fastest lap of the race, 44.413 for the race leader. Almost 5 seconds clear now is this front duo of Ethan Brooks and Ross Steele. Showing some great pace and working their way through the traffic nicely as well. Not getting too caught up in anybody else's incidents. And you see the number 94 behind them. That's Bristol B. Currently running in 27th place. Oh dear, there's a commentator curse. Just as saying they were working their way through cleanly. There is a contact warning for our race leader. 1/3 of the race done then. Here we're having a look at the 115 and the 27. This is a battle for 23rd place. This is Sheffield A in the 27 and Trent D in the 115. Bit of a strange day so far for Sheffield A. They started this race 9th and have gone a long way down the order. Trent D, on the other hand, I had a brief chat with some of the Trent team members in between the races, and they were very, very happy with how the first race had gone. And our Trent D driver here, apologies, I'm not quite sure of their name, has again done exactly what we like to see drivers do on a day like today. Just move forward, even by a couple of positions. 4 places gained for Nottingham Trent D right now. There is the race leader though, closing in to put a lap on these drivers for the first time. Looking a little bit further back, there's Cambridge B. That is not a battle for position, because that's with the UClan A driver that we saw having the spin earlier on. Ross Steele works his way past some more traffic. Surrey A, let me just see there, we've not mentioned them too much in this race so far. They're running in 5th place. Had a strong season last year, first season at the mains level, were promoted up from the Intermediates Championship. They don't always come to qualifiers as well, so it's good to see that they've made the effort, got the team together and got them up here to Whilton Mill. They've had a good morning. 19th best performing team in the timed qualifying sessions. And this is a strong start for them as they look to earn away into the top 27 here today. New personal best from Ross Deal, 44.528. Slightly quicker than Ethan Brooks last time around, but Brooks won't mind that because he's got a 1.3 second lead over Ross Deal now. Black flag for Nottingham Trent D for multiple track limits, so that may seem a little bit harsh, but that is the jurisdiction that the Club 100 Race Control have made, because they're seeing a lot of track limit infringements, and the reason why it's against the rules is for the safety of the drivers. As, off there in the boot, in the grass, that's going to need a push recovery for that particular driver there. As, oh dear, Sheffield A's race gets worse and worse, and we'll start putting the numbers into the spreadsheet. I've got a feeling Sheffield A already, after race 2, may be in trouble here, because this race is now a complete write-off. But I think I want to say that their first race wasn't particularly strong either. And I've been saying all week how you really do need to have 3 solid races. You can't afford to have 2 really good ones and a bit of a not so good one. It's going to be 2 or 3, well, 3 top 10s is really what would get you in comfortably. And Sheffield A might be in for a rough afternoon here. It continues. 16 minutes to go here in race 2. You're watching live coverage of the British Universities Karting Championships 2022 season starting here at Whilton Mill. Second day of our qualifiers. If you missed any of the coverage, make sure you press that subscribe button. That's down the inside of the number 97. Goes to 40. That's a change for 5th place. Surrey A getting back past Coventry A. Good scrap this.
So Sheffield A's result in their first race was 11th, having qualified 7th for it. I think they benefited a little bit from a few penalties being applied, but it was backwards. They went backwards from where they qualified, but it wasn't a disaster for Sheffield in that one. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Coventry A back down the inside of Surrey A.
Indeed. Yep. Up at Christmas Corner. The textbook move here at Whilton Mill, no matter which layout you're doing. Through Inkermans into the Zulus, the 1, 2, 3. The exit of this onto this back straight has been a particular area of concern for track limits, but the 2 of them this time around do well, as there is a black flag for Nottingham Trent D. That's a re-showing of a track limits one, isn't it? Yeah. There's also been a penalty for UClan A due to contact out there, as this battle goes on to another lap between Coventry A and Surrey A. Both former champion teams in some way, shape or form within the BUKC. Coventry A, a former champion overall. Surrey, former champions in what is now known as the Intermediate Championship. It was the Rookie Championship, I believe, when Surrey took the victory in that. Bit of a moment there for the 95 ahead of them at Bristol C as they come onto the back straight. That's the area where you've really got to be careful about the track limits, and it's difficult coming off the Zulus in a way, because the nature of the apex curb on the final bit of the Zulus mean that you can have, as there's a black flag for Cambridge A for ABC takeout. Gap closing significantly though for the leader this one. X to B, Reading A. The gap just went down by 1.8 seconds, so presumably they're in traffic at the moment. I think they're further ahead of this battle we're watching now. I think they're coming around to finish a lap now, the 41 and the 52. Here it is, the lead battle. 41.52. X to B and Reading A. And it is indeed traffic that I think may have given the opportunity here for the 52 to come back in it, who's having to go for a pass on the grass around the outside of Boxing Day in order to stay in touch with the leader. This is what it's all about at the forefront of the BUKC. Can you get through this traffic nice and cleanly? And that is exactly what they're trying to do. Ethan Brooks in that X to B kart, whose name Jacob will never forget. And then being chased down by Ross Deal in the 52 Reading A kart. The gap's gone out just a little bit again now to a second. It's going to be crucial for both of them to navigate this traffic cleanly if they're going to stay in touch with each other for the race win. But you've got to balance that by not picking up a silly penalty by going for a banzai move to put a lap on somebody. Good battles going on throughout the field. Coventry and Surrey A still relatively close for fifth. Just looking down the order a bit further, Leeds B and Nottingham Trent A having a very good battle out there at the moment to see who can get themselves into the top 10. Gap out now again to 1.3 seconds for the lead.
Just having a look around my 27th place spot and who's doing good things in this race. Nottingham Trent C I'm going to give a shout out to. They may be 15th, but they've moved up 2 positions. So they didn't have the best of qualifyings, but they're pulling their way very much into the picture with this racecraft. Or saying that their Trent D driver needs to sort out the track limits. I'm just going to ask you about how are Liverpool B doing out there? They're doing pretty well. They're up to 12th place. That's an improvement of 4. Doing a similar job to Nottingham Trent C, putting their names in the picture. There's a contact penalty for UCLan.
Indeed. Cambridge A and Sheffield Hallam B having a good battle out there. I've just seen them swapping positions again out there. That's Mason Cairns by our records in here in the Sheffield Hallam B kart, and Catherine White in the Cambridge A kart.
Yeah, another driver that we've seen on Alpha Live streams past and present.
Indeed.
Done a good amount of racing here at Whilton Mill over the years. 44.334, new fastest lap of the race from Ethan Brooks. X to B back on top now. And, they've got this race under control. They had that moment where the lead came down to about a quarter of a second. It's back up to 1.168 now. Still 10 minutes of this race to go, and a lot can happen.
Whilst it's quiet.
I was thinking that yesterday, but I don't like to question my commentary colleague whilst he's on the air.
It's just one of those genuine things where I go, I have no idea why my brain said that. It's the kind of thing you want to hear from your commentary colleague, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So it's not the shortest day of the
year.
year.
It's why I keep you here.
I don't know if it's how my brain deals with the sadness that the days are going to get even shorter from here on in, but nevertheless, it's still quite a short day, eh? Sorry, Jacob. Perfectly legitimate thing to say. 30th shortest day. It's a good point. That's what I meant. Nottingham C, black flag, track limits. It's something that race control really don't want to see, and it's going to be costly for the 114. Gap now at 1.4 seconds. It's stabilised now that the traffic's been cleared for a little while between the top 2. And it's Birmingham 8 running some 9 seconds further back in 3rd. Another good solid haul of, well, at the moment it's looking set to be Birmingham's second run to 3rd place of the day. Getting some really good stable points on the board nice and early here are the Birmingham squad. Cambridge B and Alistair Senior. Actually, no, hang on. Yes, it is Alistair Senior at the wheel of this one. And I should say, of course, Cambridge A's effort up to 21st so far is from the back of the grid, isn't it? for that. So that's why, or one reason why the Cambridge B kart is at the forefront of the Cambridge effort in this one. This is Nottingham Trent A chasing Coventry B that we're watching on your screens right now.
It's an interesting battle, this. Coventry B we've mentioned already in this race. This is a good one for them. They've moved forward. They started 12th, they're up to 9th. At the moment they are on projection on the outside looking in. They could do with 10 more points or so to give themselves a real fighting chance. So those 3 positions behind are pretty key, as there's a driver off just on the runoff there. It's down the inside go Leeds. It's Kernis driving for them. That's the Leeds B kart, we should remind folks. It's a seed number 9 because of the unique way that Leeds like to run their operation. The B team is the best. And they similarly have moved forward. Started 20th actually in this race, so that's a really good move from Leeds B, getting up to just outside the top 10.
The battle comes up the hill once again, still going defensive is Coventry B. Down through the Zulus once again. And what at the moment is noteworthy about this is they're not holding each other up that much. If you're Liverpool B in 12th place, and we've spoken, here is the opportunity here for Nottingham Trent A, and down the inside at Paddock Corner. You used to see a lot more moves into Paddock Corner, but since the reprofiling of the curve, you've really got to be alongside and have a nose in front, and that is exactly what was the case there for the number 11 kart.
Just to warn you, I think I've changed drivers from Unison because that's definitely not Dante.
I was going to say, that's why I just paused there. It's Jake Mills, isn't it?
Yeah, we've been watching Dante a lot in the in the Club 100 sprints this year.
You could sense me just
like
pause.
That driver is way too tall.
Yes.
No offence, Dante. It's just a statement of fact. He's a very diminutive driver and a very quick driver.
He is extremely, yes, very quick. Successful as well. BI British Indoor Karting Championship champion. As this battle continues on, with just over 5 minutes left on the clock now. The gap has just dipped below the 1 second mark for the lead for the first time in a fair few laps. So Reading A coming within a second of X to B. But again, I think this is all to do with how they're navigating the traffic out there, and unless there's a real mistake made in navigating that traffic by Ethan Brooks, then he's looking all right. But this thing I was saying about the battle between, well, it's now headed by Trent A, Coventry B and Leeds B. They're not holding each other up, so Liverpool B, at the moment, some 5 seconds back and not being able to reel them in. Liverpool, one of these teams that the first race didn't go well, so we're just keeping an eye on how they're getting on in these subsequent races, just to see how they're looking for qualification. How are Nottingham looking today?
Nottingham generally as a squad.
Yeah.
We've got
sorry, I'm doing this thing where I just throw random assignments.
It's all right,
to
we can do this now. So Nottingham A at the moment projected to be finishing in 11th. This is their weakest race at the moment. They started 23rd. Not so good for the B and C teams. 43rd and 56th at the moment projection for the B and C teams. They've got a lot of work to do. That's your Nottingham, University of Nottingham situation. Former winners of the BUKC 24-hour. Round winners in the Club 100 format of the BUKC rounds as well. Long-time team that are capable of a race victory.
Sorry, I just got something pointed to me by Jacob. Did you mention the former 24-hour? The former 24-hour. You did. He did. It's like you're a BUKC commentator.
Not so good news for Sheffield Hallam.
No.
They're making life difficult for themselves. They are currently projected 31st, and that's having seen a 17th in as down the inside. There's lots of battle going on here, and that's Leeds going back past Trent, isn't it?
Yeah, Trent's
Cone
lost out
penalty
twice.
for Coventry A.
Trent's lost out to both Coventry B and Leeds B on that previous lap. They didn't navigate the traffic well. So in this battle that we're watching, as the lead battles, since I said it went to within a second, they've responded. It's now out to 2.3 seconds, the biggest gap we've seen for the lead of the race. But sorry, mate, go on.
Yeah, Sheffield Hallam making life not so easy for themselves. They started off this phase of the day with grid positions 17th, 15th, 8th. Solid, pretty good, around that 12th average that we've been talking about. And then 31st. So the job really was on those first 3 drivers to bring home the bacon, and they're not doing so at the moment. So Sheffield Hallam A hoping to just improve that little bit. Seed number 57 from last year, trying to get in the top 54, 27 yesterday, 27 today. They've got a bit of work to do, and especially their driver who's going to be starting 31st. Now, the good way of looking at it is like that's a lot of room for improvement from your qualifying. It may have been that, you know, it just didn't happen for them in qualifying, and they know they've got the speed in race trim to pull their way back through the order. But saying that is one of those things, it's easier said than done. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go as somebody is off there. Oh, that's not a nice place to be stationary, and I'd be getting round and turning that kart round by hand, not trying to do a U-bend in the circuit. Otherwise, this is the problem. You're going to be waiting there for a long, long time, driver number 96.
Oh, that's a big hit.
And that's, I hope everybody's okay down there. I hope everybody is okay. That was a big impact. It was Cambridge D, the number 96. I didn't see which of the karts it was who went in. Well, both drivers are on their feet.
Yeah, that's a relief to see, because that was a nasty... That's exactly what we were fearing when we were watching the driver facing the wrong way.
This isn't a criticism, but Howard was mentioning this yesterday for new drivers. Yeah. I know it's a little bit scary when you first do it, but that's as across the line, then number 59's just spun out.
UCLan B, that's from quite high up for them.
This is in reaction to double waved yellows. This is why we say to drivers, get out the kart, turn it round, get yourself out of the dangerous situation by being able to drive forward out of it instead of doing a U-bend.
It's the 64
that is exactly why.
The 64 was the other kart involved. So that would be Sheffield Hallam B.
Yep. Well, the race is effectively neutralised now. With those yellows out at turn 1. Where is our leader? It's just coming around the final bend now. X to B are going to take a great victory here.
It's not a full course yellow, we should say.
Yeah, it takes out a good number of the overtaking
it does. You're
opportunities.
Absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
But X to B take the race win then after 40 laps. 60 points for them. Reading A second. Birmingham A should come home in third. There's more dramas up at Christmas Corner. Birmingham A do indeed take third, Cambridge B fourth, Coventry A will finish in 5th place. More good points for them. In fact, no, they've got 5th place, but they do have penalties though. Surrey A, good points, 6th provisionally. Will benefit from place deductions ahead of them. Imperial B 7th, Bristol A 8th, Coventry B 9th, Nottingham Trent A in 10th. Sorry, you've got Leeds B. They're still on the lead lap. Well done, Leeds B. 11th place for them. And then all of these karts were at least 1 lap down. Liverpool B in 12th, Cardiff B 13th, Trent C 14th, UCLan B 15th, Sheffield Hallam A in 16th, Cambridge C 17th, UCLan A, Cambridge A and Nottingham A complete the top 20. We've got Leeds E in 21st, Nottingham B 22nd, Coventry C 23rd. The two drivers, that's good. That's the best news that both drivers are okay.
Yep. But we cannot stress.
It may have been Sheffield Hallam B because they've.
No, it is. It was. It was the 64 of Sheffield Hallam B. Mason Kearns at the wheel, and it was the Cambridge D kart, wasn't it? The 96, which makes it Jack Hepworth, according to our info in the box. It's great to see that they're both, fundamentally okay. But we cannot stress it enough, folks. If you get into a spin. And we mentioned how it's been different since the Rotax Evo era, where we don't have the clutchless karts anymore, so drivers are less used and less they get out of their karts less readily. as a result because it happens to them less. But if you're spun facing the wrong way on the fastest section of the track, turn it around on a dime. Get out the kart and turn it round.
That'll
Don't
take
try and
mere seconds to do, as opposed to spending a good 20 seconds waiting for that to happen.
That was race number 2 anyway. Good win there for Ethan Brooks in the X to B kart. Good win for them there. Reading A in second, Birmingham A were third, with Cambridge B, Coventry A, Surrey A, Imperial B, Bristol A, Coventry B and Nottingham-Trent A rounding out your top 10 in that one. I think we might be ready to cross down live to Jacob. So we'll take a break here in the box and do some points mathematics and be back with you soon for race number 3.
Down here in the pits, I'm about to find out if Adam Kernis did any better than last time. Adam, how did you do?
I sort of got screwed over at the start. Someone stuck their nose up the inside of me.
Last time. Did you enjoy yourself?
I did. It's always fun.
Adam, if you had fun, then you won.
Yes, I did.
Excellent. I'll let you back to your teammates. Adam Kernis there. I'm not quite sure who these people are coming out on track. I'm going to get our race winner, Ethan, come to the front of the queue. Ethan's going to jump in. Get yourself weighed and then we'll have an interview. Ethan Brooks of X to B jumping on the scales. In fact, Ross, I'll have a word with you afterwards as well. Ross Deal, who came in second there. But first, the race winner, Ethan Brooks, my new best mate. Ethan, how did you manage that?
Oh, I'm actually really, really happy with that one. It's my first race back in 2 years, so I thought I'd be a bit rusty, but I'm really happy to come out first in that one.
Pushed hard by Mr. Ross Steele over there. Did you ever notice him behind you and get a bit worried?
Oh, all the time. Whenever, often pulling gaps, closing up, kept me really honest throughout the whole thing. There wasn't a single lap, single corner when I wasn't fully on it. It was really hard.
Excellent. Well, it's good to know that, and it must have been a tough half hour for you.
Oh yeah, my arms are dead.
Well, I'll let you go and recover, and I'll have a word with Ross about just how close he came, A, to winning the race, and B, how close he came to getting turfed out by a back marker at the top of the hill there.
Oh yeah, I think I hit about 20 back markers in that one, not going to lie. That was really intense. I mean, the guy in front of me definitely had the legs on me, but he made a couple of mistakes, so I get to caught up every now and then, and yeah, it was a really good race, to be fair. I enjoyed.
And we haven't yet spoken to anyone from Reading, and you are, well, I'm going to call you Reading's lead driver because you win every race in Inters last year, but you hoping to get into mains this year?
Yeah, I hope so. I think we've got some big drivers this year, so hopefully...
Second place is a very good start in that regard. All the best for the rest of the day, and hopefully see you next season.
Thank you very much, mate. Cheers.
Ross Deal there of Reading A. Right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 drivers to get on the scales, starting with Jake Mills by here. He's having a little bit of trouble, and it's borderline. It's borderline, but he's underweight. Jake Mills is disqualified. He is a couple of grams under. Unfortunately, he will not be included in the official result of race number 3. Let's have a chat to some of our waiting drivers. We've got a couple of leads drivers here. When to go out?
Where am I going out?
Are you waiting to go out?
Waiting to go, yeah.
Yeah? Where are you starting?
P19.
Okay, it's a good job I came to talk to you now then, because it's a long way back.
No.
You put in some better laps over the course of half an hour, do you reckon?
Probably Southampton this year.
Well, it can't be any worse than the last 2 seasons have gone for Southampton.
Yeah, they've been pretty bad. I mean, Diego hasn't pulled his weight.
No, I mean, he didn't even turn up to half of them.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
I've only seen him once today as well. Where's he gone, mate?
He's hiding away after his interesting qualifying.
How interesting are we talking?
Not top 10.
From a former BUKC race winner, not top 10.
Yeah, exactly.
That just goes to show the talent that we've got here today at BUKC Qualifiers. I'll let you get on with it as everyone is filtering out on the grid, and we'll do the same. Go and find ourselves a couple of drivers to talk to. Our pole position man is not yet there. I'm guessing he's in this gaggle of drivers next to me. So let's instead go and talk to our man in second place, the 97 plated kart. Who have we got here? It's Pablo.
Yes.
And which team are you racing for? Remind us.
Coventry 8.
Coventry A. Decent race earlier from your man who put it on pole position. Can you equal or even better his race result?
I'll try my best. The main thing are the back markers, but yeah, we'll see how I'm gonna do.
You got some stiff competition in terms of Mr. Rory Smith next to you, and a couple of tasty-looking drivers behind as well. Are you at all worried about that, or are you going to focus on your own game?
No, I'm always focused on my own game.
That's exactly what I like to hear. Well, I'll let you get on with your own game, but thanks for talking to us. Pavlo Dyshenko there. Let's have a chat with Rory. Rory, hello. How are we doing?
Yeah, not too bad. How are you?
Pretty good, thank you. How's your summer been?
It's been nice, yeah. It's been good. I was on a placement, yeah. Back from that now.
Yeah, you've been working all summer then?
Yeah. Well, I was working all summer. Now I'm back to uni.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Are you a full-grown man now who just likes to go in 9 to 5, or are you still on the student hype?
Uni's harder than I remember it to be. Yeah, so I thought like if I got up early and cracked on with work, then I'd be able to finish 4 o'clock, but it's not like that. I was working on the weekends and stuff like that. It's outrageous.
You're probably doing the wrong degree. I never worked on weekends, or in the week for that matter. Pole position for this one. A bit of a strong field though. What do you reckon?
Just give it a go, see what happens. Yeah, decent pace. I've done enough laps around here, so keeping out of trouble. It's a super long race, so avoiding penalties, which I seem to be quite good at picking up. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Excellent. All right, cheers, Rory. We'll hopefully speak to you after the race. I'm going to wander down the grid. I'm looking for driver number 97, as I've got a bone to pick with him specifically. That's Alistair Gregg. He seems to have qualified a long way down. This is race number 4, isn't it? Maybe he's in the pit lane. He may well be in the pit lane. I cannot see a 97 all the way down here. But whilst we are down here, let's have a chat with the number 100. Who have we got here?
James from Coventry.
James, what are you doing all the way at the back of the grid?
It's my first season in BUKC, so first time giving it a go. Kind of looking to maybe get some positions in the track, but just going to take it to come, keep it clean, keep it safe.
All right, yeah, I can accept that. Left-hand side of the grid, would you rather be on the right-hand side?
I would rather be on the inside because it gives me the line going up to Christmas as well. And also, there's been so much where, Andreas, who was our Cup A driver, he lost first off the start because he got cut up, he got squeezed on the start, so lost first place off the start on the roll. So don't really want to be on this side, but got to be here. It's where we are, so we'll take it, get on with it.
I'm actually on the lookout for one of your teammates, Mr. Alistair Gregg. I don't suppose you know where he is, do you?
He's in the next race.
Next race? I'm a race early. I thought this was race 4. Is this race 3?
Yeah, it's race 3.
I'm getting too excited. Too excited to go home. All right then. Well, I'll let you get on the right-hand side. You've upped your Instagram game this year. Is that anything to do with you?
Yeah, well, my secretary, Zach, he's been a bit of a mogul on the Instagram. Okay. He's putting up a lot of stuff. He's been good.
Man after my own heart. How's the Bristol team getting on today?
We're doing all right. We've had a couple good results, couple not so good. Just going to keep it clean and try and get a good result this race.
Absolutely, and as our main experienced man, Abhishek, been giving you some tips and tricks. He's done about 9 years of BUKC at this point.
Yeah, definitely. It's nothing but experience from him.
What words of wisdom has he imparted? Can you share any with our viewers, or is it all private to the Bristol team?
Don't bin it.
I hope you're listening at home. Do not bin it. All right, I'll let you get on with your race. Speak to you soon. And wow, this goes quite far back. It's 99 are struggling to get their pins in, but I really want to speak to this guy about his helmet. Look at the colours on that thing. I'm going to squeeze in, let him take care of that. And what's the deal with this helmet?
It's something that I just did when I started racing back in 2009. So
I really like it. Where were you racing in 2009 then?
Back in Portugal, some regional championships.
Karting, cars?
Karting, yeah.
Okay, so you're experienced karter then?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Okay, but not experienced around Whilton Mill. You are quite far back.
Yeah, I got excluded from the qualifying.
What did you do?
I restarted from the grass.
Okay, but you've got the pace to improve on this position then, you're saying?
I'm hoping to improve, yeah, definitely.
Brilliant. Have a good race. I'm going to start. I'm going to go one further back, actually. I was going to go back further down the grid, but I may as well whilst I'm here. What are you doing at the back? Who is this?
I had a penalty for Birmingham, so I didn't make the weight, unfortunately. Well, that can be my excuse. So I can't get any further back with my thinking. So yeah, we'll see what we can do.
see what we can do from the back. We've got Birmingham on pole. We've got Birmingham in last. Andrew, Howard, back to you, Birmingham lads, in the comms box.
Thank you, Jacob. Let's take you through the grid for this third race of the day. Birmingham A and Coventry A start this one from the front row with Exeter A and Imperial A behind. It'll be Southampton A and Liverpool C on row number 3. Manchester Met A and Sheffield Hallam A are row 4. Row 5 is Imperial B and Nottingham Trent B, with Southampton B and Liverpool A on row 6. Row 7 is Sheffield C, with Southampton C and Nottingham B are rounding out your top 20. Trent C and Birmingham B are next, with Bath C and Exeter C on row number 12. Row 13 is Coventry D and Leeds B. Nottingham Trent D and Birmingham C are row 14. Sheffield E and Bristol B round out your top 30. Leeds D and Imperial C are on row 16. Row 17 is Cardiff C and Imperial D, and Birmingham C and Coventry C round out your 36 kart grids. And I think a talking point we must acknowledge, Andrew, is driving standards still being commented upon by race control here. They really want to see a stepped improvement in the driving standards out there. Otherwise, we're going to see some increases in penalties, I think.
And they're absolutely spot on. And yeah, just to reiterate as well, absolutely in agreement. Drivers need to slow down under yellow flags. It takes 2 to tango, as we saw in that last incident. Everybody okay, and we're set to go for race number 3. Rory Smith takes us from pole position for Birmingham A. Good start for the pole side of the grid. Exeter A looking to try and get P2 already as they stream up the hill towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Rory Smith has been able to hold on to lead, but it's a mess.
That's a mess.
It's an absolute mess.
Start, and I could see the yellow. I could see the yellow out on the marshal's post out there, Andrew, but I couldn't tell how big the incident was.
And I think I could see the steam coming out of JV's ears as well.
Yeah.
This is not great, and he is not wrong. There's need to improve here.
Yeah, there's a yardstick for this as well. The last qualifiers that was held, there was a day where the standards were such that it was deemed appropriate to make it was every penalty became a black flag. I seem to recall on that day, and
and qualification got messy that day as well.
It did.
It really did.
I mean, it's so it's a difficult one right now. Well, it's not a difficult one. Keep it clean. Keep your eyes forward. Look up the road. Look for the yellow flags. We saw a kart spinning out. Seemingly just got spooked by everyone slowing down for a yellow in the last race. You know, it's all about improving those standards, and it's ultimately in the lap of race control. Away we go though for the second. Oh no, we are going round again. Sorry, there's too many. There's more karts being recovered from that one. Thought that was a bit of a slow start.
We're going to race 2 results.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. I'll go away and process that one.
So I said that very nonchalantly. Yes, there is a confirmed result for race number 2. And it is ready and waiting for you, sir, to plumb into the spreadsheet of doom. But, yeah, I think one of the karts is still being recovered. There's still a yellow waving out on the first marshal post. It's now come in, so I think karts are now recovering. And that'll be 5 minutes off the race as well. So it's a 25-minute race, I would presume now. So back to the
number of exclusions from that second race. Nottingham, 2 of the Nottingham Trent karts got disqualified, and a Leeds A kart got
there was a weigh-in
thrown out of the results. As you say, there was a weigh-in. I'm not aware that any of those karts were ineligible. So yeah, that is a bit of a hit.
Here we go.
To those karts.
Ready for the start. Rory Smith in the number 7 Birmingham A kart, and then it's Pavlo Denisenko alongside in the number 97 Coventry A kart, and away we go for the start of this one. Big start there from Denisenko, straight up into the lead of the race there for Coventry A. In fact, it's not my call to make, but was it a bit too good? I don't know. That was a very good start from second on the grid.
Yes, it was. It was a jump start confirmed on timing. Coventry A cut the beam before Birmingham A. That'll probably be a Stonewall penalty.
Through Inkermans they go. We'll have to wait and see how that one is called. There's the penalty. Coventry 8, yeah, jump start there.
You don't get away with that one.
And as Andrew says, it's a pretty open and shut case. If you're in second on the grid and you cross the timing line before the pole sitter, That is a penalty. So that will be 2 places deducted for every row they are deemed to have jumped, and that will be 2 positions because it will count as basically he jumped from the first row to the 0th row, if you like. That's it to the penalty there, as there's a penalty for Sheffield Hallam for track limits, and that is very early on to be getting that. And that is a wide moment from Denisenko, and that's going to give Rory Smith the opportunity. He'll be on the outside for Zulus, bearing in mind that this is not for an extra change in position net because of the penalty now applied to that 97 Coventry A kart, but Rory Smith will want to get on up ahead here and get on up the road. He won't want Denisenko to be able to control the pace.
Yeah, that is true. It depends, though. It's like, is there an option here for Rory Smith to work with Denisenko and push him along?
True.
You know, there's no need for Rory Smith to overtake at the moment, and if Denisenko can work with him, they pull a gap, as we've seen a couple of duos pull already today. He'll have the race win. He'll have the 60 points.
Very true, and he should have clocked that that was a penalty for Denisenko, because he'll have seen the reaction to the penalty at the end of lap 1, even if he hasn't memorised all of the kart numbers to know who's being penalised when he sees a message on the board.
Rory Smith, a very experienced racer in the BUKC now. This is his 4th year of competition for Birmingham A. A Formula Ford Festival winner as well for the FF 1600 class. Start of a new lap, Southampton A. And this is their first race. Yes, it is. It is for Southampton A's first race. They've had a strong set of qualifying so far, as the number 4's looking down the inside of the 111. That's Exeter A on Liverpool C. Liverpool C still fighting in there, as they're perfectly obliged to do, and that's a good defence.
Yep.
That's a really good defence from Liverpool C.
Tim Edwards at the wheel of that one, holding off Josh Craft in that Exeter A effort.
Yeah, Josh Craft, another great example of makes me feel old, because I remember when he was a youngster coming into the BUKC. He's been there for a few years now, and is part of this Exeter squad that's got real depth and experience now, and I expect to be challengers in the BUKC for 2022.
Yep. Imperial B dropping down the order. Oh no, not dropping down the order, excuse me. Just lost out a few positions on that lap. Cardiff A, Liverpool A and Southampton B all getting by the 48 and Imperial B on that lap. But it's often the way in this form of racing. If you get upset off of your conventional line, you know, your rhythm gets upset by someone pulling a move more than just one position. As there's a cone penalty for Exeter A in their pursuit of the 111 that we're seeing here.
Hello to Archie Hobson, who agrees that drivers need to slow down through turns 1 and 2. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting in the YouTube chat over on the Alpha live stream and on the DDMM stream as well. Thank you for your continued support. Down the inside of a back marker, that is the... Actually, no, that's not a back marker at all. What are you on about, Andrew? That is for position. That is Liverpool C going past Manchester Metropolitan. Bit of an M62 rivalry there. Nottingham Trent D have got a contact warning.
I don't know if we do too much driving around the country to go-kart tracks when you say that, and I go, good motorway. I like that one.
It's a good one.
It's a very scenic motorway. Anyway, at the moment, it's going the way of Liverpool C, confirmed now up to 5th place. Penalty for Bristol C for attempting to launch the Bristol space program by hitting that monster curb on the final apex of the circuit.
Hello to Jeremy, cheering on Exeter. And Joe Baker as well, cheering on teammates in kart number 81, which I'm going to have to remind myself which one that is. It's Manchester Metropolitan, of course. We're seeing him there in 6th place on the road. And this is their strong qualifying. They had results of 7th, 35th, 35th and 25th. So I'll be honest, probably not the kind of form that'll see you into the top 27, but having fun nonetheless, and that's the most important thing. Here come Exeter up the inside of Manchester Metropolitan, who realise that that's going to be a bit of a losing battle there, and in the end just elect to point Josh Craft and Exeter A through and not lose any unnecessary time. 90 minutes of this race to go. Shortened race after the aborted start on the first attempt. Coventry A on the road, leading it. Not anymore. Rory Smith has gone through. Right, so Rory Smith has changed his tactics up here, has decided that he wants to go alone. We have seen Rory do this before. And has elected to go past Denisenko, and now we'll try and pull away, because for Denisenko, if he can get back ahead, it's reducing the effect of the penalty in terms of, it becomes he's now in a position where he would be fourth once the penalty's been applied. He can get back in the lead, it'll be third. It's more taking away the opportunity for other teams around you to take advantage of your own penalty woes. See Denisenko there, shrimping down, trying to get into an aerodynamic position behind Rory Smith. See Imperial A having a good run here, just behind in number 25.
So it's good. It is a very good run, excuse me, from Imperial A. Alexander Doricott at the wheel of that one and staying in touch with these top two, as you say, Andrew. They've got a gap, this top three, of 4.6 seconds back to Southampton A. Pascal Pook at the wheel, but starting their day's racing, as you say, this odd nature of this format that some universities, a small number of them, are in their penultimate race here.
Who out of interest drove the Imperial A kart in race number 1? Because they've done a very good job in setting this up for Imperial A's second driver.
George Warledge.
George Warledge moved from 20th to 8th in George's race. And that was their lowest grid start as well. So Imperial A, if they can keep this form on, may be going on for a top 10
so if memory
here today.
Sorry, mate. If memory serves correctly, you mentioned earlier that Exeter A had the strongest qualifying.
Yep.
Earlier on.
I don't know what that noise was.
Yes. And Exeter A, for example, in this race, have dropped back a little bit from where they qualified. Not much. They're running in 6th there, but they qualified 3rd. And Birmingham so far have had 2 third places and are currently leading this.
Yeah.
So I wonder if we're looking odds on. It was 2019 when yesterday we were talking about how Brunel had a good day. They won the qualifiers that were held for the 2019 season on one of the days, and on the other day it was Birmingham who took the win. I just wonder if we're heading towards that situation, because they've definitely got an impressive scoreline developing here.
Well, a score for Smith, if he was to win this race, would leave Birmingham A on 176, even with a race to go. Manchester A yesterday, well, that would have been enough to win yesterday.
Yeah.
Because two Oxford Brooks teams finished on 175, Manchester A clear on 177. So a 176 would at least, I think, leave Birmingham A on the podium. And this is what I'm really impressed with Rory now. And he'll take it on the chin. He can take this comment from me, because he's a good lad. When he first joined the BUKC, he was the classic owner, experienced driver in other forms of motorsport, coming in and needing a bit of time to tune himself into the racecraft and the clearing of the traffic quickly and cleanly that you need to have as a front-running driver in the BUKC. And over the years, he has honed this to, I think now, be one of the best drivers in the field at doing this. Look at the gap that he's established now ahead of Denisenko, because he's getting through that traffic quickly, and he's just pulled it back. He was always quick. He was always able to make these overtakes, but he's just pulled it back a little bit, that he's now not making pieces of contact. He's making an overtake first time. You see Denisenko there struggled to get past the back marker.
And it is opening the door here for Imperial A, we should say here. Doricott looking for an opportunity now on Denisenko through the traffic. And there's not, we haven't taken a massive sample size here. We've just watched Denisenko for a couple of laps. But it is an important skill.
It's an attitude thing as well, to accept, those penalties. Yeah, I do need to change how I'm racing here. I do need to do something different for this style of competition. Take that on board. You know, it's not just Rory who does it. You take an example of Carl Morby yesterday for Oxford Brookes B. There's an off there for the 113, I think it is. Nottingham B, who are currently in 36th position.
Andrew, I just want to say they're doing the thing that worried us in the last race again. The driver has got back into the car.
Yeah, you need
he's
to
not
get out,
facing the right way.
pivot it round 180.
And he's doing it round the fastest corner on the circuit.
Yep.
Which is slightly blind. I know we don't think of the first corner as blind in the way we think of some of the corners maybe at Buckmore Park, but yet your eye line doesn't fully go round that first corner as you turn in. It's often looking at, you've got the fencing there that makes it slightly hard to. It can be hard because it's an S-shaped corner. It can be hard when you're approaching it at speed to work out if there is a stationary object exactly where it is around the corner. So that's we've got underway again. But please, new drivers, do not do U-turns in parts where you just can't do them.
Yeah, Pascal Pook's having a good run here. It's got past Manchester Metropolitan, is now 6th on the road. This is what Southampton wants. Based on the squad that they've got, they should comfortably qualify. And that's the job that Pascal's been set to do, is to set the stall out, get some points on the board, allow the later drivers to maybe be a bit more really, really big scores. Hello to Carolyn, who's tuned in and is cheering on the Leeds teams, who have taken a risk. They have spread their drivers across the teams here, but at the moment they're being rewarded for their bravery. Looking like if they could get at least 2 teams into the top 27, maybe even 3. Hello to lots of support actually coming in for Don Valence and the Manchester Metropolitan team. Good to see.
Running well in this one for certain, in 7th place, and in a good battle actually with Southampton. Further down from this one that we've stayed with the last few laps.
Archie Hobson puts in an interesting statement here, which I quite like.
There it is, by the way. Sorry, the battle. Manchester Met there coming through in the 81. Go on, mate.
Archie Hobson from Warwick, he's a driver who will have experienced the TKM era as well. Suggests it might be a good idea at test days to teach the rookies how to move karts properly before getting licenses. I'm going to take that one further, Archie. A theory exam as part of your license. I put it out there. Let me know what you think in the chat about that suggestion. 11.5 minutes to go. There's your race leader, Birmingham A. Now well clear by some 3.3 seconds ahead of Coventry A. Imperial A sat on a 2nd place at the moment as a result of Coventry A's penalty. What's going on further down the field? I can see Sussex A and Bath C. This is karts number 85 and 93. They've just got past Birmingham B for 25th and 26th places respectively. Back with our trio of karts going on for 5th, 6th, 7th. Liverpool C, the 111 at the front of it. Pascal Pook there in the DHR suit. DHR drivers, of course, very familiar with this place. Their workshop and HQ. Quite literally a stone's throw away from where we're stood here. I mean, you'd need a pretty big arm.
So I'm not a good throw.
You probably could do it.
I'd probably smash a windscreen on the adjacent B road.
Actually, yeah. DDMM does not advocate chucking stones at the DHR building or anywhere else for that matter.
We don't.
It's a phrase, ladies and gentlemen. 10 minutes to go.
Tim Edwards in the 111, having a good run here for Liverpool C, and holding off Pascal Pook for now, and indeed keeping Exeter A honest here. Josh Kraft there in 4th place in the number 4. Nice and easy one to remember. Just a few kart lengths out ahead of Liverpool C and Southampton A. And as we've been saying, Manchester Met, there's a driver spun out there in the boot. And it's 9 seconds further back then to Cardiff A, who are getting more solid points on the board. And hey, Cardiff A have got close attentions as well. Cardiff A, Nottingham Trent B, and Liverpool A in a good battle over 8th, 9th and 10th as well, further down from this one. There's another gap, and then there's a good battle going on. Liverpool A having a relatively quiet one in the number 55. They've not got anyone too close to them. They're just running well there. And then there's a good battle again between Southampton B, Sheffield Hallam A, and Imperial B. Hallam A being one of those squads that I think needs some really good points on the board here to bolster their qualification chances.
Yeah, this is a better response from Sheffield Hallam. We mentioned earlier in the broadcast that they were making things difficult for themselves.
Yeah, so there's the on your screens now. That's the Nottingham Trent B and Liverpool A. In fact, that's Cardiff A ahead of Liverpool A now, 18 ahead of the 55.
Unsafe release, black flag for Leeds D.
And Sheffield Hallam A have now got past Southampton B for 11th spot.
Actually, I've got a little bit of bad news for Sheffield. I would say it's a good response. They have actually lost positions from where they started this race.
Okay.
Started 8th. So at the moment, this would be their 3rd race, and they would be on 133 points.
Yep.
That would need their 4th driver to come from 31st on the grid to somewhere in that 12th region.
Yep.
And it's going to be pretty tough for Sheffield Hallam to do that.
We'll keep pressing on though.
Yep.
8 minutes to go. Birmingham A lead now by 6 seconds ahead of Coventry A.
This battle that we're watching on screen for 8th place coming up on a little bit of traffic now. The 33 of Nottingham Trent B is the first to arrive on the scene. Then it's the 18 of Cardiff A in 9th and the 55 of Liverpool A in 10th.
Have we talked about Nottingham Trent C?
No.
No.
Okay. Although, nice segue because they are on screen right now just as they go a lap down to these cars that we're watching.
Doing okay. They're 27th at the moment, but it's points on the board. They've had a 5th and a 15th so far. There's a penalty for contact.
There's penalties
Cardiff A
for 2 runners in the top 10. Liverpool C and Cardiff A both hit with penalties. For Liverpool C, it is track limits. So it's going to be a 2-place deduction. And then for Cardiff A, it's going to be the contact penalty. That will be 4 positions deducted. So the 18 has now been hit with that penalty. And that means Aaron Farmer will have 4 places deducted from wherever he finishes. Still running okay, but these things all cost positions, of course. Further down the order, Coventry C has just got by on Leeds B. Birmingham C moving up past the number 100 of Coventry D.
Other critical drives, just to tell you about Surrey A doing a great job and an even better job now because they've just gone up another position to 13th. That is a gain of 2 from their starting position. Their projection was 148. If they can bring this home, it'll move to 150. 145 is what you needed yesterday to qualify, and at the moment we're imagining it's going to be about the same.
Imperial B dropping down the order, Andrew.
So was that Imperial B? Oh, now that's an opposite. That's a team that's also in that region.
Crossed the line now, but they dropped 9 positions on that lap, down to 21st place.
That could be a big moment for them. They were right on the bubble on projection.
Penalties coming through as well. Track limits for Ecstasy at Imperial C. Overtaking under yellow for Leeds B. This is the kind of scruffiness I did not want to see in this one, Andrew. There's just a few penalties coming through in the dying moments here. I wonder if we're going to see a tightening of some of the regs, which very much this is race control's prerogative. They can absolutely do that if they so battle over 6th place. A little bit of a gap that Liverpool C has out ahead of them. Just navigated through this latest bit of traffic a bit more cleanly. Out front, 10 seconds the gap that Rory Smith now has in the Birmingham A kart.
Leeds B. Leeds are doing a very bolshy strategy today. I don't think they're throwing caution to the wind a bit.
Oh, big incident there. 3 karts spun out of the boot. Is that Cardiff?
May well be. Let's see if there's who's falling down. In fact, yeah, if you keep an eye on the timing tower, Howard, let me know who's falling down the order. Just checking karts through. Leeds B, they've got an overtake under yellow penalty. Now, this is their weakest grid position to go from. There's a good scrap going on here between the
not Cardiff.
74 and the 37.
It's not Cardiff. Bristol B just had a slow lap. They've dropped down a few positions.
This isn't for position. The 74 is a lap down or so, but the 37 of Birmingham C having a good race here up in the top 20.
I'm going to say it was Bristol B, Imperial C and Imperial D. Oh, possibly Bath C as well. We've had a very slow lap. So all of those karts having a bit of an issue out there.
3.5 minutes to go. Birmingham A leading now by 11 seconds.
It's got quite close between Coventry and Imperial A for the second spot. Imperial A have closed up the last couple of laps, so Doricott putting Denisenko under some pressure at the moment. Just as they are... I'm wondering where are they? Just turning onto a new lap, aren't they? I think the battle for second, and it's changed round. Imperial A are ahead of Coventry A, so change for second place as they head up the hill. Now, we already knew that Coventry A had a penalty to be applied at the end of the race, but it's a change on the road for Imperial A getting up into that second spot. As we're watching Southampton B and Surrey A contesting over 12th, and there is a move from Surrey A. And up they go into 12th place. Two and a half minutes to go.
Have we noted a change between P2 and P3 on the road?
Yes.
Sorry, my bad.
It was a lap ago that Doricott got through. This is where it's costly, really, the penalty, because even Coventry A running there in third place, it's 8 seconds the gap to Exeter A, who would be forgiven for wondering if there's anyone else in this. Josh Kraft has just found a little space here where there's not really. He's 8 seconds behind third place of the Liverpool C Southampton A Manchester Met battle that we've been following so much. Here is that was Denisenko going through shot there.
Hello to Colby, who's gone in touch on the chat in the Alpha Live YouTube. Getting placed for race 4. All the best for Liverpool C. Let's go. Have a good race out there. That will be the next one up. And there's a black flag for track limits for Imperial D.
Sorry, I thought that was Pascal Poot making a move for position. It's not. It's him getting by on Sheffield. But this battle's still going on here between Liverpool C, Southampton A. That's the 111 and the 21. And then Manchester Met having a really good run here in that 81 in 7th spot.
The difficult race for Imperial B continues. They've just got an ABC bump and pass penalty. That'll be 4 places demoted at the end of the race.
Yep.
Further sinking them down the order in a race they really needed to score points in. 35 seconds to go. Where is our race leader? According to the tracker, he's on the back straight.
I can see him. He's in the boot. There you go. The driver tracker works because that is immediately after the back straight.
It is indeed. Here comes Rory Smith around the final corner. Then one more lap for Birmingham A, and this would post quite a big score on the board. And Birmingham A still have a race to go, of course, which will be race 4, starting from 5th place. But Rory Smith has put in a bit of a masterclass here. Didn't panic when he lost the lead off the race start. Worked with Denisenko early on in the Coventry A karts. Coventry A have got back into 2nd place on the road, by the way, ahead of Imperial A. Imperial A will still take 2nd place once the penalty has been applied for the jump start for Coventry A. But into the boot, and once again Rory Smith performs for Birmingham A round the final corner, and it's going to be a race victory for Birmingham A here at Whilton Mill. 60 points on the board, and that brings them up to 176 already. This
second place battle, sorry Andrew, coming through the boot now. It's going to be nip and tuck for who takes 2nd place here. They're still battling as they're going to come into shot now, but it is going to be Denisenko. It's a drag to the line, but it's just about going to be Coventry A at the line. Sorry to cut across you, but that one was brewing nicely there all through that final lap. It's Coventry A who finishes second, although they do have that penalty to be applied, and then Imperial A follow them home by 33 thousandths of a second. Exeter A, Liverpool C, and Southampton A have all crossed the line. Manchester Metropolitan A as well, good points there in 7th. And then the battle between Trent B, Liverpool A and Cardiff A is due. There it is. Trent B, Liverpool A and Cardiff A round out your top 10. Sheffield Hallam A, good points in 11th. We'll see how they get on. Surrey A, Southampton B in 13th. 14th is City A, Exeter C in 15th, and it was Coventry C in 16th. Leeds B in 17th. 18th was Imperial B. 19th for Sussex A. Birmingham C rounded out the top 20. Then it was Cambridge B, Bristol B, Coventry D, Birmingham B, Cardiff C, Nottingham Trent C, Southampton C in 27th, Bristol C, Sheffield E, and Nottingham Trent D rounded out the top 30. Then it was Sheffield C, Imperial C, Leeds D, Bath C, Nottingham B, and Imperial D, who had an issue early on, put them several laps off the back of the field. Well, it was a very impressive victory from Rory Smith and Birmingham A in that one. Some good, important races for some of the teams there in the top half of the field, getting some important points on the board. Let's cut down to Jacob on the grid to hear from the drivers.
Make your way out. Be aware that we're fueling up these carts as well. So stand clear of the fueling rigs, please.
I have Rory Smith with me, or at least in front of me. Rory, get yourself over here. I've got an issue, actually, Rory, on that very last lap. Do you know what you did wrong?
What's that?
See this white line by here? I'll just step aside. You got to keep 2 wheels to the right-hand side of that, and you didn't.
Did I get a warning for that, or did I get done for that?
I couldn't tell you, but...
Is it just something you observed?
Well, myself and the observer observed and called it in, and race control have now put that down as a track limits exceeded.
Penalty?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Did you do any others over the course of the race?
I don't think so, no.
Did you see it come up on the board?
No.
You should be all right then. You got away with it this time, but you need to learn your lesson, Rory.
I know. Do you know what I was trying to do, which is probably stupid, is I was trying to do like a nice quick lap to finish, but probably wasn't the best idea.
We don't get points for fastest lap here. It's not the F1.
I just thought I was in Qatar momentarily, so.
Keep dreaming though. No, it was a good race.
Yeah, it was good. I think the guy next to me slightly jumped the start, which kind of neutralised it a bit because I think he got a penalty straight away. But yeah, it was good. It made it a bit interesting, but questionable that he decided to defend too early on. But fair enough, do your thing. But yeah, I managed to get by him, and then just had to be as careful as I could be through the traffic, which can be tricky sometimes. So yeah.
Yeah, you had Andrew and Howard on commentary waxing lyrical about your ability to manage the traffic, and Pavlo did get a penalty for a jump start at the beginning there. So
yeah, luckily my team actually quite helped, because I wasn't really sure what number it was. I should have probably checked, but the first time we came round, they were all pointing at the digi flag, and I saw a penalty, so I thought that must mean that the guy in front of me has got a penalty. So
either that, or you had a track limits warning that they wanted you to know about.
Not on that one though. Yeah.
Well, it was a good victory anyway, and if you want to apologise to JV.
Yeah, I'll personally apologise to him. Sorry for going over his white line.
That's all right. Rory, I'm sure you'll learn your lesson. Good race victory nonetheless. Congratulations, and we'll see you later.
Cheers, thank you, Jacob.
Let's go talk to Sam Pooley, who's on pole position for this one. Titanic matchup between yourself, Sam, and Konstantinos over in the Exeter karts. Have you got the measure of him or what?
I mean, I was pretty close to him on track in qualifying, so I seem to have a bit of an edge, I think, and maybe getting through the traffic. So yeah, I'm hoping that I can sort of repeat that and hopefully take home the win, but we'll see.
What's the plan? Well, are you going to defend hard into Christmas, or are you going to get your head down and shrimp?
It's half an hour, so like if he decides to make a move on me, I'm probably not going to defend too hard. I think need to try and break away first, and then we can have fun in the last 10 minutes.
All right, good to hear. I'm going to go see what he thinks about that, but thanks for chatting with us.
All right, you can let me know what he says.
I will, well, you know, I don't like to give people too much screen time, but I might come back to you if he says something interesting. Konstantinos, you're back.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
Very well, very looking forward to this race actually.
I missed you so much last season.
I miss you too, especially when I beat you in chess.
Yes, we had a game of chess over, I think about a year ago now, wasn't it? And you absolutely battered me. I haven't played chess in years at that point, and I'm not going to make any excuses. I'm still not very good, but one day we'll have that rematch.
Definitely. And I want to see you on track as well at some point, please.
Oh, well, yeah, well, it might be a little surprise coming next season. I haven't announced it yet to all my followers, but I'll keep you posted. Let's talk about you, though. P2, got Sam Pooley next to you. Sam Pooley's a very, very good racing driver. Do you think you can match up to him?
Well, I mean, we need the points. That's the number one thing. And then we'll see how it goes. Always try my best. Fingers crossed.
All right, then. Good luck. Hopefully, I'll see you at the end of the race.
Thank you very much, sir.
Konstantinos Didymas there from Greece. Now, I am going to wander back to Alistair Gregg in the 97 kart, as I mistakenly thought he was in the last race. Alistair, what's this I hear about you posting negative comments about the live stream?
Negative comments? Oh, you didn't mention Coventry yesterday.
Sorry?
You didn't mention Coventry yesterday.
You only had one team here, and it's your E team.
Well, you said you were talking about the teams for tomorrow. I get it's been a long time.
All right, just because I didn't give you a little bit of attention, no need to cry about it. What's this I hear about?
I didn't get any of tea.
Okay.
I want it.
You're getting an interview now. Is that all right?
This is good. It worked.
What about the comments about me personally?
I said you were a handsome man.
Is that true?
That's very true.
I'm told you said that I look sad.
You're a handsome man. Sad men can be handsome.
Brooding.
Exactly.
Well, I'll let you off. How are you going to get on this race? What are you, 10th?
9th. I did qualify P5, but I was naughty with track limits. So...
Just had a word with Roy Smith about that one. The white line, you see that white line? It's right by there.
I went over there.
Yeah, no. We need 2 wheels. This side of that white line. Can you do that for me?
I'll try to do that for the race.
All right. And maybe if you do that, I'll give you another interview later in the season as well.
I'll enjoy that. I'll be looking forward to that.
Good man. Alistair Gregg there of Coventry University. Let's jump over here to this brightly coloured suit. Who have we got here?
Exeter B.
Exeter B. Exeter B have already won a race today, and I believe it's someone with the same surname as you.
It is indeed.
Is he related to you?
He is my brother.
You've got brothers racing for the same team. I think this might be a BUKC first. We've had brothers before, but in the same team. Are you better than he is?
Definitely not. I think you'll see that from the previous race.
Okay. Well, Ethan was very impressive in his race, I'll say that. And you're Callum Brooks, is that right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, then. So keep an eye out for Callum Brooks. We could have our very first double brothers podium job. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Callum Brooks there of Exeter B in the brightly coloured suit. Right then, race number 4 is getting underway. Let's head back to the commentators, Andrew and Howard.
Thank you, Jacob. Let's take you through the grid for this 4th race of the day. Nottingham Trente and Sam Pooley starting on pole with Konstantinos squared in the Exeter A kart alongside. Leeds B and Nottingham Trent B are on row 2, and then it's Birmingham A and Coventry D on row 3. Liverpool C and Imperial A are next, with Coventry A and Exeter B rounding out your top 10. Birmingham B and Liverpool A are on 6. Row 7 is occupied by Reading B and Coventry C. Bath A and Birmingham C are next up, with Birmingham D and Exeter C on row 9. Then it's going to be Southampton B and UCLan C rounding out your top 20. Leeds E and Sheffield C on row 11. Row 12 is Southampton C and Sheffield B. Bristol C and Leeds C on row 13. Row 14 will be Reading A and City A. Leeds D and Nottingham C rounding out the top 30. Then it's Sussex A and Cambridge D. Sheffield D and Imperial D. And Manchester Met A and Coventry B rounding out your 36 kart grid. So experienced front row here. The return of Konstantinos on that Exeter A squad, going to be a real bolster for them. But here we go away for race number 4. And it's a good start from our pole sitter, but pretty even start from both sides of the grid. They've all gone through cleanly there, as there's a very darkly lit, there's quite an ominous cloud that's gathered over the circuit over the last few minutes as they go 2 wide through, and that's a spin from quite high up there, and it's caused everyone to splay out in avoidance. One person has to go cross country, so we'll look for who that was dropping down the order. But it looks like it's been a decent start come round to finish lap number 1. It is Nottingham Trent A who leads ahead of Exeter A. Birmingham A, as well as battling into oblivion there, was Leeds B versus Trent B. How did that all work itself out? Birmingham A there up into 3rd. Good start there for Josh White in that car. And a good battle going on up the hill here between Coventry D in the 100 and the 55 of Liverpool A. It was Imperial A who spun out from quite high up there at Christmas Corner. And Leeds D as well, having a difficult first lap. City A losing out quite a few positions, and Coventry A dropping 10 positions on that first lap as well. So dramas aplenty there, as some of the cars had to avoid that incident at the top of the hill.
Key carts to look out for in terms of the top 27. Sheffield B, the number 68, currently projected to finish 26th. But this is their first race. This is their first race. The slightly odd thing with this format of 7 races and each driver racing once. You've got the likes of Birmingham A, this is their last race. Sheffield B, it's their first race. And how have they started it? They've actually held their position, 23rd. That's a nice start for Sheffield B. Who's in their cart, do we know, for Sheffield B?
Sheffield B, stand by. Kai Damani.
Okay, so
that
Kai's
cart.
got the job of starting this off for Sheffield. Their A team's had a few problems so far, should still qualify. But yeah, Sheffield trying to get 2 teams into mains. Reading A I want to keep an eye on in this race as well. Currently projected 28th place finish.
As Coventry G has a bit of a look at Leeds B. Sorry, I thought that was going to be a pass there. But a good battle this forming early on between Trent B in the 33, Leeds B in the number 9, and Coventry D in the 100. This is the battle over 4th place.
Reading A have improved. They've started 27th and they've gone up to 25th, which is good. Good work there from Reading A.
I should say Imperial A, after that incident on the first lap, Tom Newnham now has it all to do, but is advancing rapidly up the order here, up to 27th place already. So trying to make up for the lost time up at Christmas Corner is Imperial A. As the Birmingham carts have swapped round for 9th and 10th. B now ahead of C. Sister team Birmingham A running in what's becoming a bit of a customary 3rd place at the moment. Having finished 3rd in their first 2 races and won the last race that we just had.
Yeah, Birmingham B have got work to do. They're currently not doing enough to qualify for the top 27. And so they'll want a strong result here, and that's probably quite a wise thing to get the B team ahead of the C team, get them further up the order if they can. Who else am I looking at? Well, Exeter C doing so far in this race. Not bad, 14th. 14th, they've gone up 4. That's great progress from Exeter C. Cart number 105 is down the inside. There goes the number 11 on some back markers, Sam Pooley. Another driver back for another year of BUKC competition. Nottingham Trent A have looked very good so far here today.
Sticking with Exeter news, Exeter B got by on Liverpool A. That is for 7th place. So Jacobs dreams down on the grid win at an event. Little way to go yet for Exeter B's Callum Brooks, but he has just got by on Max Lorenz in that Liverpool A kart.
ABC takeout black flag for Coventry B. So that is not good news for Coventry B. Started 36th. That was from a disqualification from their qualifying session. They've got up to 21st. All of that hard work has just been undone.
Yeah, not good there for the number 98. This is Exeter A putting a lap on Leeds D. 1.5 seconds behind Sam Pooley in the Nottingham Trent A car out front, and 4 seconds up the road from Birmingham A's Josh White, who in turn is 2.5 seconds ahead of the number 33 of Nottingham Trent B. So it's fairly spread out between the top 4, but then it's still quite a tight battle that just went over the line there between Trent B, Leeds B and Coventry D, and Birmingham B still moving up the order as well, having got past the sister C kart. The number 32 of Birmingham B now ahead of the 55 of Liverpool A.
Good work from the the Nottingham C driver there, methodically turning the kart around. Callum Brewell's been in touch, the former Warwick and Cranfield BUKC driver. and also known as the Encyclopedia of Warwick Motorsport, of course reminds us that it's not the first time brothers have raced in the same team. Alex and Sam Cobb, of course, for many, many years, raced alongside each other for Warwick. Warwick were here yesterday, got one team in.
Did they ever both win on the same day?
No.
That's what we're trying to go for. But it is a very good point. Of course, the Cobb brothers, one of whom still actively racing.
Well, that's a Rich T Racing. This is an unbelievable comment. Rich T Racing is supporting someone who is not from Swansea University. Cheering on Shahib, racing for Liverpool C. He's having a good race.
Yep.
Triple one up to 12th place.
And I want to say that's the second race in a row that we've seen a very good show from the Triple One. Liverpool C featuring very well in the last race.
Yep.
So
indeed,
they must be looking.
Yeah, they'll have a bit of work to do. They're in the very last race of the day as well, starting from 19th.
Right.
So they will have some work to do there. But a good result here, getting a top 12. Will be just what the doctor ordered for the one-on-one. You can just see Shahab there. Oh, what's going on there? Just ahead.
Well, was it just ahead, or was it putting a lap on City A?
Yeah, it
just spooked the kart a bit. Well, good save from City A, to be fair.
Reading B were looking down the inside there as well.
Yeah, here we go.
Look at
So the
this
66
again.
is being passed by the 105.
That's a little bit rude there. A bit unnecessary.
So that was X to
from X to C.
Yeah, just coming across. Well, let's say coming across too soon, having got past.
Did not need to do that.
Didn't need to do it. Could have just taken a slightly later turn into turn number 1. So that's what we talk about when we talk about getting by quickly and cleanly. It is a classic thing to misjudge your overspeed on the kart that you're passing on a straight and to just cut across too soon. But in that situation, you may as well leave the space going into 1 anyway. It's not going to hamper you too much. Liverpool A collected a cone penalty a couple of laps ago, and so that means that they're going to be down another position at the end of this one. Coventry D continue their progress. Coventry D eligible for points. This is a very impressive showing from the number 100. If it sounds harsh when I'm saying this team's doing too well, are they eligible? It's just because of the pattern that we've seen over years of, you know, if maybe on one of the lower teams in a university's squad, they've maybe had a last-minute dropout from a driver or some such. Sometimes you'll get a more experienced driver subbing in just to fill that space. They won't count as being eligible. I can answer that question because I've got a list of ineligible drivers in front of me. I don't know why I asked that
That's not one of them.
That's not one of them. So brilliant run so far from Coventry D and Dan Skelton.
Yeah, qualified 6th on the grid. He's held in that region. Outside chance, I'd say, for Coventry D. But Skelton, a mature drive here. As the fastest driver in that team.
Yellow flags
has to be relied on, I feel, to get those points on the board and give the chance to the other drivers to do their bit and pull forward.
Yellow flags out for the boot for Nottingham C, who have just gone into a spin there. The driver's already got out of their cart, turned the cart round the right way, and have got straight into the cart and are underway again.
How are Nottingham C doing at the moment? Apologies. They are in 60th place in the standings. 29 points acquired by them so far.
We're watching a battle on your screens between Coventry A, the 97, and the 119 of Reading B, who are in hot pursuit. That's one of the areas was it Reading B you were talking about earlier, mate?
Yeah,
qualification.
Yeah, Reading B. This is a key race for them. They are in that region. Sorry, no, Reading A. Sorry, is the team that is quite key. So is that a potential getting the team selection slightly wrong there? That a quick Reading drive is arguably being wasted at the moment in 15th place.
I mean, just for reference, we've cut slightly further forward here to the Coventry CX to C and Liverpool C. The battle of the C teams going on here. For
big laps just gone in from Konstantinos on his BUKC return. A 44.248 is less than 0.2 of a second behind Nottingham Trent A's Sam Pooley now. They are coming onto the back straight.
Yeah.
They do have traffic.
And
in
it's
fact,
changed.
And Konstantinos has got through. So X to A to the lead of the race then, with 18 minutes and 45 seconds to go. You'll see there is the golden helmet of the number 4 shod kart.
And I was going to say it was in traffic that the gap had closed up, and you can see how it's causing them to close up with each other. But I've got to say as well, it was actually a relatively clear lap. So I wonder if Sam just got onto the back of this pack of traffic and just couldn't find a way through. And that's what's allowed Konstantinos through. Plenty of traffic up ahead of them. In fact, I think, it is Reading A. Reading A are the next kart for them to go by, running in 22nd place. Who themselves, this is a battle for position that they're coming up upon here. Reading A are chasing Sheffield C, who in turn are chasing Southampton C. Southampton C is the 122 and Sheffield C is the 75, and those are the carts they're just working by now. The 66 is a further lap down, that's City A, and our leaders carry on, having gone through that.
The one thing to bear in mind, though, for Trent A, they need right now is some form of incident that loses a significant number of points.
Yep.
So if I'm Sam Pooley, and I'm playing this on the slightly negative side,
as they go around the outside,
I'll take 59 points right now. Now there was a classic example of if you get out of the kart, you can get going again a little bit quicker. Southampton C, yeah, they've had a 30th place so far. Got some grids in the mid-20s. Development squad for them. Both of their A and B teams are looking like they could get into the top 27 without any major issues.
Changes in that battle that we were looking at for 11th, 12th and 13th. And the changes that Coventry C dropping down the order a bit there, and Southampton B picking up an ABC takeout black flag.
Yeah.
One wonders if those are both connected.
Yeah, it looks like Southampton B have taken a direct hit from HMS Comms Curse, and it's Cannons. So we've got our live points tracker and Comms Box Cam available over on our YouTube channel. That will start getting pretty active after this race.
It certainly will. We're watching a good battle, by the way, coming through the traffic here between X to B and Leeds B, Birmingham B getting involved as well. You're looking for the 41, the 9 and the 32 in amongst all of these. In fact, there you can see the Birmingham B car having a look there at Leeds B, but just bailed out at the very last moment. Yes, indeed. Do if you have a spare monitor or device to put alongside your Alpha Live coverage, do join us over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel as well, where we've got a bit of the live timing on show, but perhaps most interestingly going forward for the rest of today's racing, the ticker that is ticking through each of the teams and showing you what the status is of each team in reference to whether or not they are on course to qualify, and indeed which position they're projected to finish in. As this battle carries on between X to B, Leeds B and Birmingham B. Oh, and there's a cone that's just... Colin the Cone's just camping out after Inkerman's. He's not sat on the curb at the moment, he's just chilling.
Big lap going in from Konstantinos.
Oh yeah.
44.082. Birmingham B.
Move there, Birmingham B down the inside of Leeds B, Andrew. That's a change for 7th place.
This is a good drive from, is that Ethan Herford in the
It is.
car? Yeah.
It is Ethan Herford.
That's remarkable. I've recognised the driver in a black suit and a white helmet.
I was impressed then.
It's the eyes. It's the beautiful eyes.
Yeah, getting by on the number 9 of Leeds B, Jack Moulton.
Genuinely, this is a good drive. I'm not just waxing lyrical around his eyes, because he's moved up from 11th place to 7th. There is still work for Birmingham B to do. Their next race is quite key because they start 27th. But Ethan leading the line for them as they try and get back in the top 27. Here is your race leader, both race leaders. Konstantinos. That's why we call him Konstantinos squared. Sam Pooley just behind. There is the 119 of Reading B, a long way round.
I do feel that we talk a lot about lapping. We talk about it quite nonchalantly. People going, oh, lapping, that means you're a lap down. I mean, there's two things. Number one, relatively short lap here at 45 seconds. Number two, the pace of the leaders that we're seeing in these races. When we say, oh, they're lapping the 119 of Reading B, Reading B is running 15th in a field of 36 cars. You know, they are not having a shabby race.
No.
But these two at the front have some impressive pace. This is the closest that Sam Pooley's got in a while as they come onto the back of some of this traffic now. Trying to get through on Cambridge D and Bristol C. And Sam Pooley trying to find a way. It is going to be a bit of, brilliant judgment there by Sam Pooley. And there's a change for the lead as they try and go through the traffic. Bit of a Spa. Bit of a Hackett and Schumacher at Spa moment there, perhaps.
And the Nottingham Trent boys in front of us here in the comms box liked that one. Sam Pooley just pulled to the inside. There was nothing really much Konstantinos for Exeter could do about that. Sam Pooley pounces, takes that lead.
Yeah, I know I say good judgment by Sam Pooley, but to be fair to Konstantinos, that one was a little bit in the lap of the gods, that one. There was so many karts around and better to take the... You know, it's better to step on the brakes and not make contact and pick up a penalty. Better to have discretion the better part of valour on that one. As Coventry A and Liverpool C having a good battle. You can just see out there, and the 97 and the 111. And that's the thing now. They're going to be coming up on some good battles now. Are our leaders. So they've got by on everyone up to Bath A, and the next karts they come up to is one of the battles. Yeah, Tom Newman of Liverpool C, being piloted by Shahib. Move on Birmingham A. That is a move for third place.
It is indeed. It's not too consequential, I think, for either of these teams. Coventry D, this is their strong driver in a team that probably doesn't have the depth to get into mains. A strong run for them nonetheless. 6.5 minutes of the race to go. The gap is now at the front of the field, 0.5 of a second. Josh White has a check over the shoulder. And okay, this may end up as the drop score for Birmingham A, but that is a good indication of their strength this year. They had a very strange way back to the last qualifier that we had here in 2019, where they nearly didn't make it into mains. Ended up in Clubman's, probably on sure pace, should have been up in Premiers. Just to remind folks that once we've got our 27 teams, they can subclass everybody else. So 14th down to 27th goes into the Clubman's. That's a split to give teams in the mid-pack something to race for when we get into the mains championship in the new year.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is more of a return to form for Birmingham, back to what we saw from them 2 or 3 years ago, as Konstantinos challenging for the lead here, trying to get through past Sam Pooley. He's got to be heads up here, so he's got a lot of traffic to deal with. This is a pressure situation. He's going to go to the inside of the 83 and, yeah, gets through. Really good stuff there from Sam Pooley. Is Konstantinos going to have